Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the final day in terms of qualification through Group A, and we have a two-horse race on our hands between two of the biggest names in this building, quite literally biggest in the case of Jimmy Van Schie and Daryl Pilgrim, man who's broken many a record in this building. Paul Nicholson's alongside me to discuss all of the action today, and it looks like them two are poles apart as far as the rest of the field are concerned, and they're the two that's gunning for glory.
Yeah, when you look at the dynamic of the first 2 days, I know that Steve Reynolds has still got a chance of winning this group, but he hasn't beaten either Daryl or Jimmy yet this week. So by that token, you've got to fancy it's a two-horse race, and what a two-horse race it could be.
Well, we've seen 2 days' worth of action so far in this Group A, and this is the best of the action. We saw Pilgrim punish Whitehead like this yesterday, and he could do exactly the same to Adam Lipscomb. He will do exactly the same to Adam Lipscomb. Special from Adam Lipscomb, an average of 115.62.
Corner might lose the leg on a ton plus checkout. That one is in. I have no idea how, but it is a ton plus checkout, and that is rather remarkable. In fact, the next three. But look at this. Bull. Oh, yeah! Sexy! That's
Sexy darts indeed yesterday at the Super Series, and it is Jimmy Van Schie who has the lead going into the final day's worth of action. A 2-point advantage he has from Daryl Pilgrim in second. Steve Reynolds has a nice gap between himself and fourth in the race for Group B later on today as well. Let's talk about the top two and talk in particular about Jimmy Van Schie. The first day, 4 wins out of 5. It was okay, 87.5 average, the doubling decent, but yesterday he went up another notch, didn't he?
He did. He changed a couple of things. Obviously, his output was a bit more efficient. His doubles have been excellent all week, but he's only lost one match, and that was to Daryl Pilgrim. He was able to win against everybody on Tuesday, just a little bit better than Monday, and he will have his tail up, that's for sure. But as far as Daryl's concerned, I have to say that maybe the biggest thing is that he lost to Conan Whitehead yesterday. That was a hurtful loss, and it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back from that.
What was the biggest difference between day 1 and day 2 in your mind in terms of how Daryl played?
Oh, that's a difficult question to answer, because I still think he played really well. He still averaged over 90. There was nothing wrong with his doubles, but in crucial moments, he missed a few key doubles. I know this is a marathon format, but you can be completely floored by missing a key shot at the wrong time. And that just seemed to happen yesterday against Whitehead, and he wasn't able to get the win against Van Schie again. If he wins one of those 2 games, he's going to have a hugely opportunistic moment of winning this group, but now he's got to do it from the back instead of the front.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim and Jimmy Van Schie have been the 2 top performing players, but the top performance of the week so far belongs to Adam Lipscomb, an average of 115.62 yesterday in this game against Hilton Klein. And Adam, a player improving every single time we see here, and I can imagine that's a moment that he's going to treasure for a long time.
Yeah, I think so, because if you think about how his week has gone, it's been okay as far as average and doubles are concerned. But every now and again, if you're not involved at the top of a Group A table, you've got a chance to do something different. Go out there and hit a 158 on the bull like Conan did. That made him feel good for a leg or 2. But the fact that Adam was able to leave on Tuesday knowing that he'd done that, I think he's going to be feeling really good about himself. So he'll come back today thinking, I want to do that again, maybe even improve on it. But it proves to him what ceiling he's got now.
Let's head back to the top of the table and have a look how the bookies think today's going to go. Jimmy Van Schie goes off the 2-7 favourite, Daryl Pilgrim 5-2. Mathematically, only 4 players can qualify. Realistically, it's between 2. And the 2 players there are 2 real experienced campaigners, Jimmy and Daryl. And a lot of the time in this Group A, we'll have a player like that, and maybe somebody that's a little bit of an outsider that's not used to this situation. But the dynamic today is 2 players that know what it's like to get the job done.
Yes, that's correct. And Daryl has done it in a Group A situation multiple times. So sometimes he can bulldoze a Group A. The last time he did it, it was almost just edging over the line. So he's done it multiple times, multiple ways. Now it's from a different position, though. He's not protecting the top spot. He's actually in the attacking position. But their game in Game 9, at the end of round 3, it takes on huge significance depending on what happens in the first 2 rounds.
Darryl plays first game against Steve Reynolds. Is that a positive, the fact that he can get level on points with Jimmy and apply the pressure straight away?
Most definitely, because Darryl is the kind of person who wants to post a total. He doesn't want to be the chaser, although he has to be in this table somewhat. But if he can get out there first and put the points on the board, that automatically puts extra pressure on Jimmy.
Well, it should be an interesting day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are about to get it underway. Our first match sees Darryl Pilgrim in action. He takes on Steve Reynolds. He begins the day in 3rd position in this Group A. On his debut, the ADC qualifier from Stockport in Lancashire. Well, he's very much enjoying the experience, taking everything as it comes, and his newest experience was to have a chat with me this morning. Steve, 3rd day here at the Super Series. How have you found it so far?
I've really enjoyed it, to be fair. I was very nervous building up to it, but with the group of guys we've got here, I've loved it, to be fair. I've really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Monday, you lost your first couple of games, but responded really well. What do you think's kind of changed? Is it kind of just an acclimatation to the place?
Yeah, but to be fair, I felt I did okay. And like when you look at the quality of the players there, I could probably write them 2 off, and then push on after that. You know what I mean? So I wasn't despondent by any account, you know what I mean? And I was quite happy. I did all right. So I had to win the games I needed to win.
And most certainly that, because you look at your results, okay, you haven't beaten Jimmy or Darryl yet, but the players in and around you in the table, you've beaten every single time. You've got a nice gap in terms of the Group B placings. At the beginning of the week, what was your goals and expectations?
Just to enjoy it, to be fair, and play like I can. That was a big thing, and no expectation of winning. Don't get me wrong. Just just show everyone I can throw. You know what I mean? People won't know me, so it's one of them. And people who I know said you can do it. So it's just just prove a point, really.
Well, let's get to know you a little bit better then, and just talk about your journey in the sport, where it started, and where it's taken you to this point.
I came in quite late, to be fair. I mean, I'm in my 50s now, believe it or not. I've probably only played maybe 15 years. Playing Stockport, Tony O'Shea's pushed me a lot. I play with him against Darryl's team and stuff. So you're playing with good people, and when they give you a bit of praise, it's good. And you think, I've got a little bit of something.
Well, I wish you all the very best for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Steve, good luck.
Thank you very much.
And for Steve, his first assignment of his 3rd day here at the Modus Live Lounge is against one of the most prolific winners here, and that is Darryl Pilgrim, Mr. P, who's looking for another Group A success here at the Live Lounge. He's won 3 weeks in the Super Series format. He's played at 3 Champions Weeks and also 3 Champions Nights. But his first objective is to qualify through, which, remember last time, he didn't do. It was the first time in his Super Series career he failed to. He takes on the Renegade, Steve Reynolds, the 53-year-old from Stockport, on his debut in this competition. He has shown us some real bright sparks so far this week. He's beaten all the players below him in the table, but hasn't beaten anybody above him. And then 2 players above him, Darryl Pilgrim and Jimmy Van Schie. That man in your picture is your referee, Jack Garwood, from originally heralding from Nottinghamshire.
First leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
World leading official.
Game on.
And he'll get us underway. Darryl Pilgrim throwing the first dart. And he'll be hoping not to be throwing any darts on Thursday and Friday because he's won this Group A. But the task
100.
ahead of him, you feel from this point, is a big one.
It's 6'9" big, because at this early stage, we believe that it is a 2-horse
6.
race, even though mathematically 4 players can still win the group. Based on what we've seen over the last couple of days, Pilgrim
97.
and Van Schie, it has to be one of those 2, surely. But if Reynolds has any chance of winning Group A on debut, he's going to have to do
41.
2 things that he hasn't done this week. And that's beat Darryl and beat Jimmy all on the same day, as well as beating the other 3 again.
108.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim's off to a flying start. He's left himself for the finish after 9 in what is the opening leg of the day. You feel like a fast start is of the utmost importance for Mr. P, and that is exactly what he's looking at attaining.
100. Daryl, you require
As for Steve Reynolds, it's been
124.
a contrasting opening to his day. 9 darts thrown, not even out the 300s. Daryl Pilgrim looking at double 8. For a top plus checkout at a 12 darter to kickstart proceedings, and we saw more than a handful of 4-visit legs yesterday, and we almost saw one to begin today.
I'm not surprised to see this from Daryl.
125.
He's always been very
Daryl,
good
you
out of the
require
gate.
8.
This department yesterday just let him down at the wrong times.
Game shot on the first
So
leg.
he imposes
Daryl
himself
Pilgrim.
very early. And he has the first game against Reynolds. Van Schie has Klein
Second
next.
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
They will play each other in game 9. When we get there, it'll be interesting to see how many points they've got and how
85.
different the leg difference is compared to now, because there's only one leg between them as it stands.
Does it feel like Daryl and Jimmy are on a collision course?
Yes, it does.
98.
And we like that. Every now and again, we have a Group A that has 3 or 4 people trying to win it in the last couple of rounds. But when you've got a week like this, you've got 2 heavyweights in a Group A.
83.
I think a lot of people could have predicted that they were on a collision course anyway. And they might even be on Saturday night as well. I'm sure there are a few people who would
81.
maybe say that they have something to do with that, like Steve West, possibly Jared Cole, some others that are coming in tomorrow.
97.
Yeah, I'm sure the likes of Jared Cole are hard at work before playing tomorrow afternoon. Him, Richie Housen and John McCarthy enter Group C, whilst Group B, Steve West
46.
enters the equation alongside Ted Evans and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Double session days, both live on the Super Series YouTube channel, 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock respectively.
55.
And Daryl can't afford to slow down. If he gets the jump on someone today, width of victory might be massive.
66.
All of a sudden, it's got really ragged. He looks a bit puzzled. Maybe as puzzled as Pep Guardiola feels this morning after what happened at
130.
Manchester City last night. That was bizarre.
As we know from the Super Series, Paul, 3-0 is a dangerous
Six.
scoreline still.
Isn't
You
it
require
just?
51.
Isn't it just? Double 16 for Reynolds. Oh, this is interesting.
19.
Because the majority of his
Daryl,
good
you
finishing
require
this week has come on tops.
150.
Got to smash this in. And in trying to throw it a little bit harder, he's pulled it.
118. Steve, you require
Left himself on a
32.
double, but is he going to get another go? Reynolds to square this game up at 1 apiece. Looking at double 8. And
Yeah,
finds
shot on the
it.
second leg.
And
Steve
squares
Reynolds.
us up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Now let's look at Reynolds, because what we've surmised from the first couple of days is that he's an 82 average player
134.
in this setting right now. If he's going to be successful this week, he's going to have to find more than that. However, when it comes to the doubles,
62.
he's been massively impressive. For the week, he's over 45%. But that doesn't tell you about what he did yesterday.
Well, yeah, because if you look in terms of
134.
yesterday's stats for both players, Daryl ran off a 90 for the day, 30% on the doubles. But Steve, in terms of his doubling yesterday, 81.27 is average, 14 for 28, 50% on his doubles. And Steve's
Six.
doubling on Monday was also at 41%. So when he gets opportunities at a double, he is taking them. It's world-class finishing number.
Absolutely.
57.
There's no doubt about that. But you can be the best doubler in the world, but you will still lose
61.
if you don't get enough opportunities. That 82 average for the week has got to be lifted by at least 5.
And it's legs like this which is becoming the problem for Steve.
136.
Twice, Steve Reynolds has been on the Pilgrim darts, and after 9 darts has left himself in the 300s. Pilgrim on a double after 12, looking to go 2-1 up comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely right. Pilgrim was on double 4
95.
in leg 1. Reynolds was
Power
on
you require,
300.
40. Game shot on the third leg.
And that is the end of leg 3, just like that.
Fourth leg, it's Steve.
You
to
do
throw
get some
first.
players who come here
Game on.
and they say, I actually don't mind playing on Thursday and Friday in my quest for Saturday. Pilgrim is very different. He's been very vocal over the last couple of years,
80.
saying, I want to win Group A, I want to go home, and then I want to come back on Saturday.
Well, he's not the first person that's been to Portsmouth and said, I want to go home, is he?
137.
You can't say that. You live in Portsmouth.
$123.
It's better, but Pilgrim is about to knock on his door, you feel. And this could be a crucial leg. Pilgrim is against the darts.
86.
If he takes it, I can't see Reynolds coming back from 3-1 down. But how massive was it yesterday that Pilgrim lost to Whitehead?
60.
It feels as if that was the most important game we've seen so far.
Because the drop a game against your title rival, that can happen. But to lose to Conan almost felt, even though we know the ability of Conan, how good he is, but when you look at his
120.
table position, how his week was going, it felt a little bit like an unforced error for Mr. P. We were mentioning the analogy about a football Premier League title race where if you're Man City, you can lose to Liverpool, but if you drop points to, say, a
100.
Newcastle or a Brighton, they're points that you can ill afford to drop.
158.
Well, we saw Conan Whitehead take this out on the bullseye yesterday, but Darryl Pilgrim won't do anything of the like. He was looking for another one of them to leave double 19.
98. Steve, you require 138.
He's now in position. And he will get a look at 60.
60. Darryl, you require 60.
He's not going to move.
Game shot on
That is the
fourth
biggest
leg,
start of this
Darryl
match.
Pilgrim.
This is a really good burst from Darryl. 28 darts for the last 2
Fifth
legs.
leg, it's Darryl to throw
15
first.
dart break
Game on.
after the 13 dart hold. This is a really good performance.
And for Steve, this is the step up in level that you have to take when you're
140.
playing the type of opposition like Darryl Pilgrim, who can just find an extra gear when it matters the most. He's averaging 99 here,
123.
but it feels so par for the course.
Yeah, it feels normal.
$96.
Here's a situation for you that might even happen. And we might even talk about this on Saturday if Steve makes it.
140.
He could win the title this week after losing to Pilgrim and Van Schie in a total of 6 games. If the draw falls his way
133.
through a secondary group, he could possibly lose to Pilgrim or Van Schie another couple of times after today,
81.
and he could still
We require 132.
win the title. It's one of the intricacies of this place. So is this. He now has
92.
a match opportunity
Steve, you
if
require
Reynolds can't hang on.
157.
The irony was that first bullseye was almost too good for Darryl Pilgrim. Reynolds is going to take out the 157, And so Mr. P heads back for tops to draw
50
level on
serve.
points with Jimmy Van
Darryl,
Schie,
you
and because of the
require
margin
40.
of the win, would head to the top of the table. The
20.
3 match-winning
Steve, you require
opportunities
100.
have come to pass.
Should stay on the 60, really. That was a great lie for a treble 20, and I think
80.
sometimes people
Darryl,
get
you
just a
require
little bit
20.
greedy on the tops in moments like that.
Double 10 for Darryl Pilgrim. 2 5s. And
Game
finally,
shot.
Pilgrim
And the match,
crosses the line,
Darryl Pilgrim.
and he has applied early pressure upon Jimmy Van Schie at the top of the Group A table. He heads to the summit of the table, and he tells the towering Dutchman that you are going to have to win it yourself because I'm going to do my job today. Pilgrim out the traps with a 4-1 win, an average just under 94, 4 from 13 when it came to his doubling. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Hilton Klein, our ADG qualifier from Gaborone in Botswana, take on the table topper overnight, Jimmy Van Schie. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darryl Pilgrim got his campaign underway with a 4-1 win against Steve Reynolds, average just under 94. He's moved to the summit, Ahead of that man in your picture there, Jimmy Van Schie, the 6'9" Dutch sequoia. That means tree in Dutch. He takes on Hilton Klein, the man from Botswana, the first ever player from his nation to play at the Super Series. The 46-year-old from Gaborone, named Triple H. And he is looking for his first W in this building. But it's going to be a tough first task against the 31-year-old from Breda in the Netherlands, runner-up in Series 8. The Dutch sequoia, Jimmy Van Schie, who actually having a look at the odds this morning that were compiled by the bookies for the Lakeside tournament, he goes off, perhaps unsurprisingly, as the favourite to pick up the title on his debut, just like Neil Duff did a couple of years ago. As a matter of fact, if you were to have a look at the odds compilers, he goes off the 5-1 favourite to win in Frimley Green come a week Sunday.
I'm not surprised to see that. He has been winning pretty much wherever he goes this year.
84.
He's won here twice. He's been to a series final. He's won 8 times on the WDF circuit. And he's won a Challenger event. This really has been a breakout year for Jimmy. And it all started in Romania
43.
just under a year ago. I bet if you were to say to him, if you had a time machine going back then, you're going to go on to do all of this, he would say, yes, please.
80.
Well, he's won titles at the Belfry Open, Catalonian Open, Czech Open, Hungarian Classic, Italian Grandmasters, the Romanian Classic, the Swiss
100.
Open, and perhaps my favourite one of the lot, the Team Extreme Open.
Team Extreme. Just a great name for an Open, isn't it? Sounds like something from a video game.
22.
Beat Benjamin Pratimer in the final of that particular tournament.
Yeah, he's useful. He's from Slovenia, one of the most beautiful countries in
95.
Europe. And he's at Lakeside as well, and he's going to be dangerous. Former World Open champion.
Well, Jimmy took a break from the sport for a number of years, only
22.
came back into it a few years ago. Was a very handy youth player, won the Europe Cup Boys title back in 2011.
Yeah, back when he was only 6 foot tall.
138.
Usually say when they're knee-high to a grasshopper, but it was when the grasshopper was knee-high to him.
58.
He's left himself on
Jimmy
tops to get the
require
breaker
40.
throw in this opening leg. And the break
Takes
that is
on the
accrued.
first leg, Jimmy Van
Routine
Schie.
business for Jimmy Van Schie. He's got the breaker Hilton Clyde to lead 1-0. And I think it's fair to say
Second
for
leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Hilton, the first
Game on.
half of yesterday, perhaps there were some alarm bells that were beginning to ring, but to be fair, he averaged in excess of 90 when Lipscomb averaged 115, and he kind of ran
60.
into a couple of performances toward the end. It was really competitive, actually, in his contest against Conan Whitehead.
Day one, he had 6 perfect darts.
83.
Yesterday, he had a look at 170 checkout. The game is definitely in there. And what he's learning about himself this week is that if he wants to
100.
progress, playing against players of this standard, he's getting an education. And at no point this week has he gone on this
100.
stage and shown huge amounts of disdain or disappointment or anything like that. It's been all about, right, let's figure out how we get to
135.
where we want to go. Because he's got some stunning players in this group. He must be learning at a ridiculous rate.
60.
And I know just by having a troll through social media that there is a lot of support for Hilton back home in Botswana.
140.
And he's going to need all the support he can get so far in this contest because Jimmy Van Schie is doing Jimmy Van Schie things. He's left himself on a 2-darter after a dozen. He got the breaker throw
96.
in the first leg.
Jimmy requires
And now he's looking to
56.
hold in leg 2.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Jimmy Van
And this is
Schie.
Jimmy doing Jimmy things. This is very impressive.
Third leg.
He
it's
does
Hilton
look
to throw
very
first.
sharp.
Game on.
It just feels like another day at the office for him.
I suppose, in a way, it is.
123.
His office on Saturday was Prague. Today, it's Portsmouth, as it will be for the rest of the week.
100.
I wonder how many days he's been travelling this year. Considering all of the places he's been and all the countries,
44.
I would hazard that outside of the PDC Tour Card system, and including a little bit of that, because he's played in some Players' Championships, he might have travelled more than anybody else.
100.
And for Jimmy, being based in mainland Europe, actually the
140.
WDF Tour actually works a bit better for him because he's not having to catch flights every week if he wants to. He can drive to certain tournaments. The travelling just locates a little bit better for him. Didn't play in the
59.
UK events on that particular circuit, which is kind of where I see that particular tour moving into as time goes on, where I think the UK-based players will tend to stay more
28.
in the UK to play in the British Open, English Open, Isle of Man, those types of tournaments, where I can see the mainland European players maybe playing more in that kind of, everyone just kind of playing in their own region as opposed to travelling in Europe like it was in the past.
I think that's a really good point,
92.
because it's not just on the WDF circuit that that's going to happen. With 34 Players' Championships next year, I thoroughly believe that people from over the English Channel, if they're going to
83.
take breaks, they will take
Jimmy,
breaks
you
from
require
the English
150.
PCs, and the British-based players will take breaks from the ones in Rosmalen or Hildesheim. Now, Klein has
101.
snagged a leg off Jimmy both days
Hilton,
this
you
week.
require 83.
Is he about to do it for a third time to give himself a platform? Bullseye.
58.
Super try,
Jimmy, you require
but he might be
49.
punished for that first dart at a double being missed.
May will be the one and only opportunity Hilton gets in this game. Because if Van Schie
17.
took that double 16, he would have been on
Hilton, you
throw for the
require
match. But
25.
because of those two misses, Hilton should get two in hand at double 8, will get two in hand at double 8 to get his first leg on the
Game
board.
shot on
And
the
he
third
does
leg.
so.
Hilton Clark.
And he just asked Jimmy Van Schie a couple more questions.
Fourth leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
His new nickname should be the man with two nicknames, because he's called the Gladiator and he's called Triple H,
Ironically, he then have three nicknames.
and so on and so on.
57.
Maybe he's like the darting version of JJ Okocha. So good they nicknamed him twice.
41.
It was JJ Okocha, that wasn't it? It wasn't Eric Jemba.
Definitely JJ Okocha. He was in that big Sam Bolton Wanderers vibes team of around, what, 04, 05? Nicholas Anelka. What a play he
140.
was for them.
Yeah, the Spanish captain as well, didn't they?
96.
Hierro. Remember him? Big centre-back?
Name rings a bell, but I was still a nipper at that
83.
time. Now, they finished 6th in the league that year. Everton actually qualified for the
125.
Champions League. Liverpool finished 5th, but went through to the Champions League because they won the competition the year before.
And Jimmy's on something
45.
here
Jimmy, you require
that he would love to trim down to
139.
tops at worst.
Just before we get into the meat of the leg, Ivan Campo, I think, was who you're
59.
thinking of. Or Fernando Hierro.
That's him.
And El Hadj Diouf on loan from Liverpool. What a player he was. Well, character, definitely.
58. Jimmy, you require
He was a little bit
8.
troublesome, which this game could be for Hilton if tops is found by the big man.
40. Hilton, you require 118.
Okay, looking at 118 to level up at 2-2. He was 2-0 behind, faced a couple of darts against him to go 3 down in this contest, but unable to
94.
take out the 118. And Van
require
Schie
40.
to restore some order. Looking at tops,
Game
finding
shot on the
tops.
fourth leg,
3-1
Jimmy
to
Van
the good,
Schie.
and Hilton Klein has it all to do from here.
Fifth flag, it's Hilton to throw first. Game on.
It's not about the average. It is very much about the points at this stage. Currently, Pilgrim on 18
Six.
points has a leg difference of plus 26. If Jimmy wins this leg, he'll have 20 points
140.
and plus 27. Maintaining, with 4 games to go in this group, all the
6.
aces up his sleeve. So, for example, if Jimmy wins this leg and they remain in the same position going into their head-to-head
100.
battle in Game 9, Jimmy can actually afford to lose that game by 4 legs to 3,
140.
as long as Darryl was to lose his 4th or 5th match today, and he then picks up the next 2 wins. However,
60.
Darryl's last 2 matches are against Lipscomb, and his last one is against Klein. Hilton could have an effect on this
100.
group.
But Jimmy in this contest will feel like he's got 6 from 201 to cross the finishing line into
59.
gain his spot
Hilton,
at the
you
top of the
require
group, but didn't make any
141.
severe inroads there. And Klein unable to take out the 141. And so Van Schie for the match, 142 to move
Jimmy, you
on to 20
require
points.
142.
Did he change his mind just there? Was he originally thinking 17s?
46.
That wasn't ideal.
Hilton, you
Looked
require
like he was in 2 minds
100.
there. Klein for 2 legs to stay in the match. I think staying on the 60 again
Jimmy, you
right there
require
was the right
96.
call. But it's match point Jimmy.
To get the job done. 2 at double 18 to move on to 20 points. He's seen Darryl Pilgrim win big. But he
92.
cannot cross the line here and
Hilton, you
now, and that
require
was
40.
a low drag dart into the 14 there.
More misses for Hilton, and
Jimmy, you
Jimmy
require
is now
4.
down south to get the job done by 3 legs.
This should be game over,
Game
and it is
shot
game
and the
over.
match, Jimmy Van Schie.
And Jimmy Van Schie, just like Darryl Pilgrim the game before, has rallied off a 4-1 win to open up his day. The opening signs are fairly promising. There was a little bit of a stutter towards the end, but for Jimmy, he's top of the table. He's got 20 points on the board, and he attains his ascendancy at the top of this Group A table. Coming up after the break, 2 players sandwiched in the middle portion of proceedings go toe-to-toe as Adam Lipscomb takes on Conan Whitehead, both looking for a big day to get themselves into Group B. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Hilton Klein by 4-1. So he moves 2 points clear once again at the top of the table. This meeting is between two players sat 4th and 5th in this Group A table. Adam Lipscomb has hit the highest average so far this week, 115.62, and a 4-0 success against Hilton Klein. Up against him, the Series 1 champion Conan Whitehead, the 38-year-old from Raynham in Kent, the Barbarian, who hasn't really got going so far this week, or at least not to the types of standards that we come to expect of him. He finds himself 4th, and he'll be hoping to gate crash Steve Reynolds and into the top 3 party in a spot in Group B, which he'll feel
First
his
leg,
damage
it's Adam to
limitation,
throw
because he
first.
would have had high expectations
Game
at
on.
the beginning of the week to be winning this Group A and to be having a couple of days off. But for Adam Lipscomb, 2 excellent performances yesterday, 2 tub plus averages.
140.
It just felt like he was really beginning to trend in the right direction. The issue he had was, with the exception of that game against
128.
Hilton Klein, it felt like everybody raised their game against him.
Because they know how good he can be.
95.
And we had some more evidence of that yesterday with that best average of the series. Now, when it came to Monday,
58.
you and I spoke, Henry, about never judging Conan on a Monday. We always judge him by Fridays and
96.
Saturdays. If you look at his metrics for the last couple of days, everything's improved from Monday to Tuesday.
39. Adam, you require
Everything.
170.
So he's definitely warming up to something.
And he's got off to a bright start
105.
here. He's left himself on 65 after 12 darts. In matter of fact, in the 3 games that Adam Lipscomb lost yesterday, his opponent averaged in excess of 90
128.
and beyond
Adam, you
in
require
every
65.
single one of them. Players raise their game when they play
Gets on
him,
the
but he's
first
raised
leg,
his at the
Adam
beginning of this
Lipscomb.
one. 14 darter to hold. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
What's fascinating to me is that when the season is
100.
over, everybody judges themselves by what they've done from the start of the season towards the end. And I'm sure at the end of this week or next week, Adam will do the same. He'll evaluate 2024 and he'll look at what he's done.
140.
But in the same sort of way as the race for the World Match Play in the PDC, you have to remember that that starts in August.
45.
So if you look at Adam maybe from the summer to maybe next summer, this is the halfway point of what he's trying to
91.
do by next June or July. And he really is starting to put something together, which I think for getting success here or
85.
beyond is
Conan, you require 170.
It's very encouraging.
And he's going to be here later on this year. He qualified for the Global Championship, won the UK qualifier for the
81.
Southern region. He'll be pitted in a Group C alongside James Richardson and Conor Heenahan. So he could actually end this year as a global champ.
130.
the very first
Conan, you require 89.
ADC Global Champ. Bull,
64.
and you're almost surprised to see that
Adam, you
Conan misses a
require
bullseye.
136.
Yesterday he hit it with 1 dart on 50.
44. Conan, you require 25.
Converting has not really been much of a problem for Conan over the last couple of days. His ratios have been
Gets on a
excellent.
second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Slightly better yesterday than Monday, like we were mentioning. And his average
Third leg,
improved by
it's Adam
4
to throw
points as well.
first.
If
Game
that
on.
happens over the next couple of days and he goes towards that 91-92 mark,
100.
all of a sudden we have to talk about him for winning another week. And then a stint at a second series win.
121.
Second series win, which he has promised us When he won his previous series, he said he will be Conan 2.0. He never said when that was going to be.
77.
But he is convinced one day. Well, he's not just convinced. He knows he will one day win a second series title.
Dart players
85.
have defiance in them. It's just part of the DNA. I remember when Simon Whitlock and I missed out on winning the World Cup. I said in the interview, and I got blasted for it at the
45.
time. I said, we are going to win this World Cup someday. They did. It was 10 years later. I knew that Australia were going to win that World
128.
Cup. I didn't know who it was going to be, but I knew they were going to win it. And
59.
let me ask you a question, but I want the answer in the next
167.
leg. Do you believe that players are seasonal? I'll elaborate in a minute.
93.
Well, Lipscomb looking just to apply pressure here. Conan's ready to break your throw, but if he can hit a max, he'll leave himself on tops, and that's exactly what he's done. And suddenly, this 74 has a different weight of pressure on it. 2 at double 16. All he needs to one is a 14 dart to a Conan Whitehead zone. 2-1 in front he is after the 14 dart start of the baby boy.
Full flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really good standard in this game. Couple of 14s and a 17 in the middle.
128.
He's got the bit between his teeth today, hasn't he? So do you believe that some players are seasonal?
81.
Are there times of year where they play better than others? Because when Whitehead won his series, you mentioned it yesterday, it was around about this time of year.
60.
What are your thoughts on that?
Players usually have spells in a season where they tend to peak, and it's the same for any individual sport. We see in tennis,
115.
Rafa Nadal, clay court season, he does his damage. Andy Murray, grass court season, he does his damage. And it's similar for darts. I mean, you look at Going Price, around the springtime, that tends to be where he does his
125.
damage. Everyone talks about Gary Anderson, his record of the World Championship around Christmas and the tournaments prior to that. And we've seen as well from players here in the
140.
past where you can have a look at trends. We've got 2 years worth of data now where we can see whereabouts in years players have won series, and
40.
it's interesting when you look at the back end of years, players having more success than others, and maybe in the middle of years, players having more success than others.
55. Conan,
Well,
you
Adam was
require
guilty once again of
148.
leaving a bogey number, and it was his fault. But then again, when Whitehead's on 2 treble 18s, you can't leave him on a
Charlotte, full
double.
flag. Conan Whitehead.
One of the best treble 18 hitters in world darts. Of that, there is no doubt. Twice
Fifth
this
flag.
week he's
It's Adam to throw
converted
first.
in that
Game
sort of way. The other one was 158 on the bull.
100.
What a game this is. It's a shame it might only have 5 legs.
47.
It's one of those meetings between two players that if they rided their A game, we could have seen something special. That's exactly what we're getting.
60.
Yeah, just one more on the seasonal dart players thing. Ryan Searle, he's the ultimate greyhound because he always gets out the traps at the start of the year. So Players Championship
85.
1 next year, Ryan Searle will probably make the final or win it because that's what he does. And
140.
James Wade. December and January. It very, very rarely happens for James at this time of year.
137.
He's not a Christmas dart player.
121.
Triple 17 does tend to go for it, but this time
81.
it's decided to set up. Pragmatism in the face of adversity.
Just one more.
90.
Phil Taylor in the
Adam, you
summer.
require 40.
Yeah, he was rather good in the hot.
Get
And that's
Charlotte,
rather
fifth
good. That's a
flag. Adam
13
Lister.
darter to add to the brilliant legs we've seen in this match.
Sixth flag.
I
It's
love
Conan
what
to
these
throw
two are doing
first.
right now because
Game
all
on.
of the talk overnight and this morning has been about Pilgrim and Van Schie, and they've said, look what we can do.
10.
That's what they can do.
Then as soon as you say that, Conan Whitehead hits a 10.
27.
That's right. Stick Conan Whitehead at number 10. He would get some stuff done.
100.
Shall we leave the politics aside?
Did you just say, Sherry leave the politics?
46.
Only someone who knows Conan really well, or his family, will get that joke.
I expect a message any moment now.
60.
And if you are watching us this morning, do tell us where you're tuning in from. You can get in contact with us via our social media feeds. So we're on Facebook, X and Instagram. We're at MSS Darts. Do tell us where you're tuning in from. And if there's anywhere adventurous, we may well give you a shout out.
And we want to hear from you if you're tuning in from Africa to watch Hilton Klein. We want to know who's tuning in to watch him. He's playing next against Steve Reynolds. They may be playing each other over the next couple of days because Reynolds stays on 12 points. If Whitehead wins this game, he's only within 2 points of the man in third. But if Lipscomb can turn things around, he'll keep Whitehead on 8 and then go to 8 himself. Big game this in the quest for the top 3.
31.
Well, that score there has handed Conan Whitehead 6 on this position to wrap up a 4-2 win. If he can find something handy. Cannot find a treble, and suddenly that ascendancy he did have in this leg has been thrown in the other direction.
And look at the finishing in this game. My word, that's impressive.
55.
This is a game where you get a chance, it is taken. So maybe the urgency that Whitehead
59.
is feeling is because if I give him a shot, he's going to take it, and he's going to take me all the way.
$75. Conan, you require 134.
For the match, he was looking for triple 18 tops. Doesn't go, and so Lipscomb to save this match, looking at a top plus check out of his own.
Adam, you require 112.
Hasn't missed yet,
72.
but that may be
Conan,
costly.
You require 92.
This has been an edgy leg. He can still win the match right here. On tops.
52.
But Conan Whitehead has
Adam, you
spurned to
require
match data,
4.
so Lipscomb comes back. 3 at the target that
Game
Whitehead
time,
has
the
just
sixth leg.
missed
Adam
to
Lipscomb.
take us all the way to a last leg decider. So that means on all 3 days of this Group A,
7th
the
and final
third
leg,
match of the
it's Adam to
session
throw first.
has got all 7 legs. Yesterday, it was Lipscomb against Reynolds, where Adam lost out 4-3. And on Monday, Adam lost 4-3 in this slot against Jimmy Van Schie.
100.
However, over the course of
140.
33 games, we've only had 6 4-3 scorelines.
85.
That is not a lot. This is now the 6th. We had 4 yesterday. We had 1 on Monday.
60.
And here's another stat for you as well, which I wasn't really surprised by this morning.
100.
Of the 15 fixtures that we get in Group A over the last couple of days, and that is the different types of matches like Lipscomb against Whitehead or Klein versus Pilgrim.
85.
The head-to-heads saw 12 where it's 2-0 to a player. Only 3 times is it 1-all
81.
for the first couple of days. That is quite rare.
Well, let's go first to a finish. Whitehead
56.
unable to find a treble,
Adam, you
and so he
require
leaves himself on something, but
135.
not as handy as he would have liked. Treble 20 leaves the ball for the match, doesn't go. And so Conan Whitehead, who's already
99.
taken out a 148
Conan, you
in this
require
contest,
106.
is going to have to take out this 160 you feel to win it here. And so Lipscomb free in his hand a double 18 to get the job
58.
done.
Adam, you require 36.
The race for Group B is still alive. However, Lipscomb has just handed another opportunity to
28.
Conan to
Conan, you
put distance
require
between himself
102.
and the person he could beat right here.
Huge moment. Huge dart. And that
86.
was for a huge win for
Adam,
Conan
you
Whitehead.
require 8.
And so Lipscomb to pip him level in the lead table on 8 points, looking for 8 points. Double 2 now.
Game shot.
Pin last
And the
dart in
match,
hand.
Adam Lipscomb.
Adam Lipscomb off to a winning start. He gets the better of Conan Whitehead in a last leg decider. Both of them now level on 8 points, and that means advantage Steve Reynolds in the race for Group B. He can stretch his lead to 6 points over the chasing pack if he can get the better of Hilton Klein, and we're watching that game after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed the first round of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. And before the break, Adam Lipscomb picked up his first win, getting the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3. Our fourth match sees Steve Reynolds and Hilton Klein go toe-to-toe. For Steve, he can open up a 6-point gap on Conan Whitehead, and Adam Lipscomb with a victory in this one against the man from Botswana, who's still to pick up his first win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Steve, he opened up with a 4-1 defeat to Daryl Pilgrim. 81.45 average, 1 from 4 in terms of his doubling. Whereas for Hilton, he missed 4 at a double.
First
in a
leg,
4-1
it's Steve
defeat
to
to
throw first.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Game
So
on.
these two heavily defeated by the top 2 players in the group. And on the balance of play over the first couple of days, you would have Steve as the favourite to go on and win this contest.
85.
I'd have to say yes. And I don't know how you feel about this, Henry, but I am convinced that Reynolds, if he wins this game, is going to be in Group B. Because if you think about
95.
who Pilgrim plays against in the bottom half and who Jimmy Van Schie plays, they will take points from either Lipscomb
81.
or Whitehead a little bit later on. And if Reynolds is 6 points ahead with 4 rounds to go, that, for me, is just too much of a bridge to climb.
57.
But Steve did start off fairly slowly in his match against Daryl Pilgrim. He was outscored in most legs, and there was a few legs just like this where he was straggling around the 300
55.
region after 9 darts.
A lot of people out there think that when these guys play day in, day out, that they can finish up around 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
43.
go and rest, and they will be rejuvenated the next day. It depends on the person, of course. But what Steve is now learning is that a Super Series week, as it goes on,
60.
is hard. Monday, you're full of beans, it's all new. By the end of it, you think, all right, I'm ready for tomorrow. Then you go through day 2. You come in day number 3.
41.
It will feel just a little bit harder just to get into gear. Might take an extra few reps. Speak to Chris Mason about how hard it was for him
140.
to get through a week. Around about the same age as Steve Reynolds as well. He said he's over 50.
99. Steve, you require
Meaning doing
80.
things like that is a little bit harder than it was before.
Well, double 10 to take leg 1 out, and he
on the
had plenty of
first
time to
leg,
do
Steve
so
Reynolds.
because Hilton led himself on a bogey. Matters nonetheless. Reynolds 1-0 to the good.
Second leg, it's Hilton to throw first. Game on.
I think Portsmouth is a great town to have the Super Series in because there's so many different
83.
terminologies that transcribe to what Portsmouth is about. It's a military town, and there are 2 phrases used
41.
in aviation in the military that we use in darts as well. Bogies and bullseyes. Bogies are enemy planes. Bullseyes are when you
42.
get rid of them in the sky. I'm sure there are plenty more. There are wings on flights. You got any more?
80.
I think you've exercised all phrases.
I'm sure there are more.
59.
Portsmouth at the home to this competition now for the best part of 2.5 years. We were across Hampshire in Southampton for
140.
a good 18 months or so with its predecessor Live League tournament.
100.
Just before we left our previous studio, we had a whiteboard in our production office, and we wrote on that board things you will miss
40.
about Southampton before we came here. There were some rather interesting comments on that whiteboard. I'm not going to say what they are. 'Cause I don't want to
36.
offend Southampton. It's a great city. But since we came here, things have definitely gone up. Not 1 notch, not 2, but many. And people now flock
140.
to this part of Portsmouth because of world-class darts.
And they've got their favourites, and one of them will be playing in a couple of games' time. In fact, two will be playing in a couple of games' time as Jimmy Van Schie takes on Adam Lipscomb. Reynolds looking for a 2-0 lead. He's looking at tops. And when that first start sits just like that, he's got the perfect guy to bump over the top and get the break of throw. Reynolds 2-0 up against the man from Botswana.
$100. $108.
Well, for Hilton, a first maximum of the day for him. Had the potential for 9 darter, didn't he, on Monday?
100.
Went 6 deep.
Can he do it again? No, he can't. And that's an apt thing because yesterday there was a press release about the PDC World Championship where if you hit a 9 darter, there would be £180,000 split between
83.
prostate cancer, a player, and a fan. But interestingly, that was only going to be eligible for people over the age of 18, which means that Luke Littler couldn't win it. Since heard that another sponsor of the PDC World Championship has made sure that if he does, it will still happen, which is a nice gesture, especially
140.
for the charity.
Because the irony is, the most likely player to hit a 9 darter is Luke Littler.
Correct.
44.
But this time of year,
Steve, you require 78.
it's all about giving to others, unless you're playing darts, where you're trying to take from others.
58.
At the minute,
Hilton,
Steve
you
Reynolds is the
require
Grinch.
161.
That second dart was just too low for Steve to be a useful guide. But he is going to come back free in hand at
44. Steve,
double
you require
10 to
20.
open up a 3-0 advantage in this game.
Tiny little adjustment. And now he's got 2 markers.
10. Hilton, you require
cannot utilise.
117.
And so Hilton here is slowly but surely creeping his score down. He cannot find a Joe either dart 1 or dart 2 to give himself a
43.
opportunity at tops
Steve,
to
you
pitch the
require
leg for
10.
Steve Reynolds, who's looking at double 5 now.
Game shot on
That
the
is a
third
very
leg.
good
Steve
double
Reynolds.
5. Because that is not an easy shot for the way his darts land.
Fourth flag. It's Hilton to throw first. Game on.
Getting a little bit of swagger back here. Trying to recover from that first round defeat
44.
to Daryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 1. If he wins this 4th leg, he will get back all of his legs that he lost and create that big canyon between himself and the bottom 3.
108.
But Steve wants this game done once and for all, and that bellow from Jack Garwood
55.
signifying a maximum to kick off leg 4, and immediately he's taken the darts off of Hilton.
$85.
180 is only good if you can back it up with a decent score. And Reynolds has done a pretty good job of it there.
58.
He's within 6 darts of a 4-0 victory. And a 3-0 record against Klein this week.
60.
If you look at the league positions of everybody here in Group A, Jimmy and Daryl at the top, no surprise.
6.
Klein towards the foot of the table, maybe not a shock. But Reynolds in 3rd. I think to a lot of people that they'll look at that and think
45.
that is maybe the biggest surprise of the week in a good way. Because he has stood up and said, I'm going to make Group B.
This is a man who had no expectations coming into it. And actually, the difficulty of this group actually allowed him to free roll a little bit more, where he's upset some big names. And if he heads into Group B at the end of Wednesday's play, well, he's going to be faced with others, isn't he? The likes of Steve West, the likes of Ted Evans, Rhiannon Sullivan, the Women's Week champion, multiple World Championship finalist.
95.
And if he finds his tops,
40.
he's one step closer towards that Group B. And he only needs the 1-2 dispatch of Hilton Klein by 4 legs to 0. A routine win for Steve Reynolds, getting the job done as he needed to. He dispatches of Hilton Klein by 4 legs to 0, and this is how he did so. Average just under 86, 4 for 9 on the doubles. Coming up after the break, Conan Whitehead takes on Darrell Pilgrim. Game 5 of our session here at the Super Series, and it sees Conan Whitehead and Darrell Pilgrim go toe-to-toe. The Barbarian taking on Mr. P. Darrell Pilgrim looking to move back level with Jimmy Van Schie on 20 points in this Group A, up against Conan Whitehead, who kicked off his day with a 4-3 defeat to Adam Lipscomb. Before the break, Steve Reynolds moved 6 points clear of the Barbarian with a 4-0 win against Hilton Klein. And he'll be hoping the top two do their job in terms of their particular race, because it would mean that with 3 rounds of fixtures left to go. Steve Reynolds will be 6 points
First
in front
leg,
with just
it's
6
Conan
points
to
left to
throw
play
first.
for. And I mean it very much be in
Game
his own hands. It'd be his to lose the Group B spot. And then we'll be looking at the top 2 jousting it out as they will do in Game 3. So it's important here
36.
for Messrs Pilgrim and Van Schie not to let this round slip ahead of their potential winner-takes-all battle in Game 9.
There are many different
54.
things that can happen in the next couple of games. We talked about Pilgrim and Van Schie doing their job. But what if they both lose?
41.
How will that affect their confidence going into round 3? Might not happen, but it could. Because Pilgrim's got Whitehead here, and Lipscomb is up against Van Schie next.
96.
In particular, this game here. Because this was the fixture that Pilgrim slipped up on yesterday in a game that saw 30 darts at a double,
140.
which is the most we've seen in any game this week.
Yeah, Conan won this game by 4 legs to 3, averaging 90.88. That was despite 4 from 14 on the doubles.
58.
Pilgrim 3 from 16 in that particular contest. And that came off the back of the defeat to Jimmy Van Schie the round before, a 4-1
85.
loss. And it was those back-to-back defeats which sees Mr. P on the back foot when he had led and looked in control for so long.
44.
There's another thing we should mention in this game as well. It's the fact that Whitehead is just coming back to the hockey off that 4-3 loss to Lipscomb.
97.
He was 3-1 up, playing beautifully, and let it slip. And if you know Conan pretty well, you'll know that he'll want to hit back soon. It just so happens that Pilgrim is on the chopping block.
100. Conan, you require 102.
And if Conan was to win, and Jimmy was to win next, all of a sudden, there's a 4-point gap with 6 points only up for grabs. So many things can happen over the next couple of hours.
33. Darryl, you require 148.
It could be a case of everything could be punched up or everything could be over in a few moments' time. And that's either in the race to win the group or the race to be in the secondary group on
6.
Thursday and
Conan,
Friday.
you require 69.
Whitehead should get the first opportunity at a double from here. 69 is what he's wanting.
$29.
He is
Darryl, you
mystified
require 88.
as to why that is so far north. Pilgrim is not going north. He's going central.
63.
But he's not going
Darryl,
1-0
you
up.
require 40.
And so Whitehead gets another couple of opportunities to take out the opening leg.
20.
Unable to take Pilgrim back with a more
Darryl, you
tangible
require
break chance.
25. Game shot on
He
the
hits,
first leg.
and he
Darryl
will not
Pilgrim.
believe he's just broken Conan's throw there.
Second leg. It's
That's
Darryl
like
to throw
waking up
first.
on a Wednesday morning,
Game on.
putting on your coat and realising there's a £20 note in the pocket.
$39.
Some coat you've got if it's got 20 quid in it.
Yeah, because my other one's full of 50s.
128.
50 pences, that is.
I was going to say, careful, otherwise one or two people may be having a little bit of an investigation. Well, Dale Pilgrim, just a one
22.
challenge tour to his name. He won CT16 in Milton Keynes last year. Did he win a few qualifiers last year for the European Tour? That was back when the qualification criteria
6.
included an associate member qualifier. Played at the German Darts Championship and the European Darts Match Play in 2023. Hit a 9 darter this year on the Pro Tour against
100.
Jelle Klassen in Players Championship 10 in Hildesheim.
He's done some very good things up to date here on the Pro
59.
Tour. Challenge Tour, things like that. And I really like Darrell's game. I think he's got a lot to offer. He's got a huge ceiling. But if we're honest,
99.
he's come up short a bit too much in the last couple of years. And that stokes his hunger.
100.
The only reason we think he's come up short too many times is because we understand how good he is. If he's not a touring professional at the top level in the next 2 years,
98.
something isn't right.
Conan, you require 154.
He will need to find what is missing. Is Conan missing?
137.
That was an aggressive approach.
Darrell, you require 143.
Well, that was for the break back. This to save the throw for Dow Poker. You're looking at 143. But he's not going to get a poke at a double.
That 143 route is becoming
135.
more popular with a lot more
Conan, you
players.
require 17.
And it's making sense. That makes sense for Conan.
Leg, Conan Whitehead.
Gets his throwback immediately.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
It's a bit of a weird game so far. Both averaging quite low for the first couple of legs. But that first leg was very twitchy.
77.
I'd be fascinated to know who Darrell's darting heroes were when he was growing
59.
up. Because if you think about where he's from, South Croydon, just south of places like Battersea and
29.
other places in South London, not far from famous places in Surrey where they play darts. Places like Epsom and Walton-on-Thames, places like that.
58.
So growing up locally, I wonder who his heroes were. Maybe people like Dave Askew, Richie Gardner, John Ferrell maybe. Remember him? Left-hander who made plenty of big
81.
PDC tournaments. Even Peter Manley, who has lived in Cumbria for the last couple of decades, but he's originally from Surrey.
News agent, wasn't he?
82.
And a world number one. However,
125.
Peter Manley only won the Desert Classic. And when he goes to bed at night, I'm sure he says to himself, I should have won more than that. But
92.
he's a world number one and will always be referenced as that. That is something that not everybody gets. Gary Anderson's never been world number one in the PDC system.
59.
Neither is Adrian Lewis or James Wade. Or Rob Cross.
Did win a televised tournament in the BDO, the European Masters. It was only played for 1 year. Sorry, lost in the final, didn't he, of the European Masters to
55.
Mike Gregory back in
Conan, you require
1995. It was the only playing
130.
of that particular tournament. Bull for Whitehead. Not got
105.
for Whitehead.
Darrell, you require 155.
He could be 3-0 up here and have Darrell in huge trouble. He might still be in huge trouble.
Pilker can only apply pressure, but apply pressure he will.
119. Conan,
Left
you
himself on
require
double
25.
18 if Whitehead cannot find the 25 combo for a second straight leg. Double 8.
Game shot on the
2-1
third
Conan.
leg. Conan
He's
White.
turned this game on its head. It's been a low-quality affair so far, if the truth be told, but Whitehead doing what he needs to do.
Fourth leg. It's Darrell to throw first. Game on.
If Darrell did trip up in this fixture again, boy, would he need a favour from Lipscomb next.
97.
Darrell's remaining fixtures after this. He's got that game with Jimmy in game 9. Then he's got Lipscomb and finishes against Klein.
41.
I think there's a scenario that's in Darrell's mind coming into today. When he plays Klein in game 14,
118.
his ideal situation really is that If he wins against Klein in game 14 and he goes through, he wants that scenario and nothing else.
140.
Winning this group by a stretch of points, he knows that's not going to happen. But if he goes into game 14 knowing that if he beats Klein, he wins the group, he will take that and snatch it out of your
58.
hand so fast, he'll be running.
And you don't want Jimmy Van Schie running at you.
Yeah, Jimmy doesn't run, he lopes.
140.
Whitehead is the better player of the two in this game. That's why he's up.
58.
He's had a chance to win every leg. He's more likely to win this leg from this position, even though he's not on a finish. Treble 12 is a good play here.
140.
But when you're as good as he is, with his conviction,
170.
that was a world-class 140.
Dow Pilgrim needs some conviction here. Another one of them. He's the bullseye for the big fish. And that would have been to salvage the leg, but it was
131.
offline.
Conan, you require 40.
That was a seriously good try. But he's
It's on the
3-1
full
down.
flag. Conan
A
Whitehead.
position that Whitehead found himself in game 1. Can he get the job done this time?
Fifth flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
He's got that bit between his teeth. He has the darts to seal a 4-1 success and a defeat, which will be so damaging for Daryl Pilger, but would
94.
give so much hope to Jimmy Van Schie, who takes on Adam Lipscomb in our next game.
If Pilgrim wins the group, we've already talked about the fact that he will go home and prepare back there. Jimmy's not going to go home. He'll have to stick around in Portsmouth.
I don't think Jimmy will mind it. I think the biggest problem is, what will Jimmy Van Schie get up to with 2 days off in
43.
Portsmouth?
Whatever he wants.
It could be like one of those great storybooks. What does a giant do with 2 days off in Portsmouth?
48.
Volume 1.
Where's Roald Dahl when you need him?
I suppose it's less Jack of the Beanstalk and more
121.
Jimmy, isn't it? The big friendly giant here at the Live Lounge.
What about Jimmy and the Giant Peach? Because it's James, isn't it? Technically, it's his name. This one is getting further away for Daryl.
64.
Well, there's the 43 gone. Is there a route back for Pilgrim in this game? It needs to be hot from now on to the very end.
But this has been the issue. The power scoring has
57.
completely deserted Darren in this contest. And as a consequence, Conan now has 6 darts on 200 to seal a 4-1 win. A victory which would keep him
40.
on the periphery of a spot in Group B. But for Daryl Pilgrim, it could well spell disaster. It could well spell the end of his hopes of winning this Group A. However, Conan has just left the door ajar. If Daryl can find a couple of trebles
140.
and find a couple
Conan,
of
you
trebles, he
require
will.
160.
But this is a match point. On tops.
120. Daryl, you require
Wow, that was
112.
close. Can Pilgrim hang on by his fingernails? Still got a chance. On the bull. Second time in a row he's dragged it
71.
left.
Conan, you require
And so this
40.
for a 4-1 win for
Get
Conan
shot and the
Whitehead,
match,
which
Conan
spells
Whitehead.
disaster for Daryl Pilgrim. For Co, it gives himself a floating chance of a Group B spot, but for Daryl Pilgrim, he shakes his head because he knows that that's an unforced error. It's a defeat which could well spell the end of his chance of winning Group A. The red lights flash, and it could be flashing for danger for Daryl Pilgrim. A 4-1 defeat to Conan Whitehead has opened up the door for Jimmy Van Schie to move 4 points clear if he could get the better of Adam Lipscomb. And that game is coming up live and exclusive on the Super Series YouTube channel next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Conan Whitehead dealt a bitter blow to Darrell Pilgrim's hopes of progressing through this Group A. A 4-1 win for the Barbarian means that Jimmy Van Schie can move 4 points clear in this Group A if he can get the better of Adam Lipscomb, the baby boy, who so far today picked up a win against Conan by 4 legs to 3. Jimmy getting the better of Hilton Klein by
First leg, it's
4
Jimmy
legs
to
to
throw
1.
first.
It wasn't Jimmy's
Game
best
on.
performance, but if the truth be told, he wasn't really pushed in that contest against the man from Botswana. And it just feels like Jimmy is very comfortable just going with the flow of whatever a game can provide at this present moment in time. And if he wins this
125.
one, he's got a big buffer with 3 rounds to go.
Everything seems to be going his way the last couple of days.
99.
Not only has he not lost since Monday, but now Pilgrim has lost 3 times in the last 24 hours. The
77.
winning run for Jimmy now, it consists of the last 2 games of Monday, all 5 yesterday,
171.
and another one today. That's 8 in a row.
59.
It's the kind of run that
Jimmy
Reece
require
Robinson was on
84.
a couple of weeks back.
Glance at the scoreboard. Goes for treble 16 to lead double 8.
Game shot
And
on
that's
the
a
first
12
leg,
darter
Jimmy
to
Van
start
Schie.
for Jimmy Van Schie, beginning as he looks to go on. And he knows that a player of Adam
Second leg,
Lipscomb's
it's Adam
quality,
to
having
go
already hit
first.
115
Game on.
plus average this week, he had to get out the gate quickly, and that's exactly what he's done.
100.
You told me this morning that Jimmy's quite interested in the football match that's happening in Portsmouth this evening. I wonder if he knows anything about Millwall.
140.
Put it this way, I might use Jimmy Van Schie as a bodyguard tonight, because I think
85.
if anyone tries to attack me, they may not be able to get anywhere near me because I'll just push Jimmy in front of them. I'm just going to use him as a sacrificial lamb.
108.
I'm not sure how Jimmy feels about that. I'd be taking Adam Lipscomb. This is an imposing performance from
45.
Big Jimmy.
It was a 12 darter in the first leg,
105.
and he's left himself on for a potential 11 in dart 2. We saw yesterday an incredible performance from Adam Lipscomb, average 115.62. If Van Schie could take this out in this visit, it would be 125 average after just 2 legs.
Oh, you've gone early with that, Henry.
56. Adam, you require
Don't count Adam out just
131.
yet in getting leg 2. Now we can. And that's if Jimmy takes double 10.
91. Jimmy, you require 20.
This is not an easy shot. Double 5.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
sometimes
Jimmy
he
Van
makes
Schie.
the very uneasy look simple.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
And he's done that. A quite unbelievable couple of legs after missing 3 darts at double.
140.
His scoring has been immaculate so far. He's at least a power triple in every single visit so far in this match.
140.
And Adam Lipscomb cannot live with him at this present moment in time. In fairness, not many would be able to live with Jimmy Van Schie in this kind of mood.
95.
Who was the last Dutch winner
100.
of Lakeside? Was it Christian Kist?
Back in 2012.
It's a long time, isn't it?
Waits 13, Bunting 14,
96.
Mitchell 15, Waits 16, Davant 17, 18, 19, Roman 20, Dove 22, Barnes 23.
Yeah, but who would it in
137.
1988?
You require
Bob Anderson.
107.
Van Schie wants the fish. Don't get me on a game of world champions.
96.
We'll
Adam,
get you
require
later.
124.
It's double 11.
113.
First dart.
Jimmy requires
After double.
74.
Jimmy's going to get another. At tops. What a
Shot on the
performance
third
this
leg,
is.
Jimmy Van Schie.
42 darts for the first 3 legs. He's just in
Fourth leg,
such
it's
good
Adam to
touch.
throw first. Game on.
107.36 the average, courtesy of that 12 dart to start and back-to-back 15s. And Adam Lipscomb knows exactly what it's
140.
like to have a performance like this week. He's now on the receiving end of one.
108.
That's only the second max of the game for Jimmy Van Schie.
Sometimes you don't need maximums.
45.
Just need to be banking a lot of 2 treble visits. If you get 3 consecutive 2 treble visits, you can set up 81 after 9.
You can see the glint in his eye. He was fancying the 9. But what he has done is left himself in a handy position after 6. And Lipscomb on throw needs to hit a max. He said
140.
unable to do so. And so Jimmy will have that 6 of 181 to complete a 4-0 victory. We saw the 115.62 of Adam Lipscomb yesterday.
100.
And we may well see something of similar epic proportions here.
This is very similar, actually, to Adam's game against Daryl Pilgrim yesterday.
136.
He was blown away, but he still averaged
Jimmy
100.
require 81.
To cap off an incredible display. The bull
56.
skims to
Jimmy
25.
require 40.
And credit to Adam Lipscomb. He's tried his best to
Game
stick
shot
with
of
Jimmy
full
Van
flag,
Schie, and
Adam
he's nicked a leg off of Jimmy. It's back to 3-1. He's forced the Dutch Sequoia to serve it out. It's been a high-quality
flag, it's
affair,
Jimmy to throw
demonstrative
first.
of those numbers.
Game on.
Van Schie averaging just a shade under 110. Lipscomb over the 103 mark, but it is the Dutchman looking
57.
to re-establish a 4-point gap, a 4-point cushion at the top of the table, who has the darts to see it through.
100.
And if it's 4-1 to Jimmy, he still has
96.
the chance to beat the leg difference record. That stands at plus 36 for Group A. Win 4-1, it'd be at
85.
plus 29. In fact, I do beg your pardon, he'd be at plus 30.
81.
And he's never won a Group A before. Every time he's made it to Saturday, he's done it via secondary
100.
groups. And the first time he made a Saturday, it was by the barest of margins. We had a very famous picture and small bit of
97.
footage about him when he found out that he was actually making his Saturday debut. It was a big relief, but since then, he's made a habit of it.
100.
Last
Jimmy
time margin
require
to that bet, Ian Smith
170.
was on the call and England won the Cricket World Cup. But this could cap off an immaculate display. But he's unable to find the second trouble to give himself a dart at the bull. The average still 105, but Lipscomb is hanging with him. And if he could
105.
take out this
Adam, you
116,
require
we're back on throw all of a
116.
sudden.
Are we? Adam? Are we?
76.
That may be match over.
Jimmy requires 65.
Jimmy Van Schie needed a big performance to put himself on the hill in terms of qualification. He's provided the goods.
Game
And
shot
then
the
some.
match, Jimmy Van
What
Schie.
a performance from Jimmy Van Schie, an average in excess of 103 to dispatch of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 1 and to move himself 4 points clear of Daryl Pilgrim in second place with 6 points left to play for. He'd seen Pilgrim defeated in the previous match, and then he has done his job to some degree. An average in excess of 103, 4 from 8 on the doubles. That was a special performance from a special player, and the Dutch Sequoia, Jimmy Van Schie, looks like he's heading towards the top of the tree. A victory against Daryl Pilgrim in Game 9 would confirm it. Round 3 gets underway after the break, with Steve Reynolds taking on Conan Whitehead. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 6 matches, 2 rounds of fixtures on this Wednesday morning, and this is what we have seen. Well, as you can see, 5 of the 6 games have gone with a player throwing first. Only Jimmy Van Schie has won both of his matches so far on this Wednesday morning, and that means he has a 4-point lead at the top of the table with 6 points left to play for. It feels like everything is almost set in stone now. Van Schie a win away from confirmation of winning the group. Steve Reynolds a game away from confirmation of finishing third. Both players have also got comfortable leads in terms of legs difference. It feels like maybe towards the bottom of the pack, the only battle could well be 4th and 5th. But we cut back to the practice board and we cut back to Volume 2 of Conan Whitehead trying to impersonate dart players. And today it looks like the King of Bling, Bobby George, that is the latest that the Barbarian is trying to impersonate.
I think the other one he was trying to do yesterday was Dennis Smith. but that was a little bit of Bobby George, I think, just trying to drag the dart back towards the left eye instead of the right.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
But now is the time to throw like yourself. And he's dealt a monstrous blow to Daryl Pilgrim of winning this group. We do now know in round 3, because the end game of this round is Pilgrim against Van Schie. If Jimmy wins that game, he wins the group. Simple as that.
And the same here. Steve beats Conan, then
43.
he's guaranteed Group B. We may well have a situation where we have 6 dead rubbers come the end of proceedings. And Conan Whitehead actually could stretch a lead in the race for 4th spot and guarantee that particular berth. What could have been a day
108.
where we saw races to the line could be a day where things get done very quickly.
I still think that Conan is smarting from losing to Lipscomb in Game 3. He could have come into this with 2 straight victories, charging towards 3rd position, because let's face facts. At the start of today, he was thinking, I want to get in B. If Steve's got something to say about it,
140.
Conan's going to be back here tomorrow morning, not tomorrow night.
But these are the games that Steve has done damage in. He hasn't beaten any of the top 2, but has beaten all of the bottom 3. And that is why he's in the healthy position he's in now. 2 at tops. Shorty to the left-hand side.
Well,
that was a happy ricochet, wasn't it? Steve Reynolds 1-0 up.
It was the great Sid Waddell that gave us the phrasing of understacker and overstacker. That one was a side stacker. Camera angle showed us that dot came in on the same angle and bumped into the side of the barrel and just said, okay, I'll go in this way then.
Off the post and in.
Just like Bukayo Saka's penalty last night against Sporting Lisbon. That was a belter.
How good were Arsenal yesterday? I watched highlights of that after my live game yesterday. They look really good.
I still think that guy Gyökeres is really good at Sporting Lisbon.
I said this when he was at Coventry a few years ago. He was a gamble for a Premier League side, and look what he's gone and done. And gone and done since.
95.
I'd love to see him in the Premier League. Love to see him in the Premier League.
There's an echo in here.
100.
I think Conan would like to see him at Welling United. That's probably not going to happen.
Well, Conan's Welling United actually lost at the weekend to Havantton Waterlooville in the FA Trophy.
140. Conan, you require 140.
You just lost a friend in Conan.
Eight.
Ouch.
Steve, you require 167.
On the bright side, he's left 132, which he will now fancy. Hitting 8 in that spot right there is better than hitting 9.
Conan, you require 132.
Chance is gone. It's all gone a bit erratic.
46.
And he has lost his last couple of matches against Reynolds.
72.
So maybe there's something about this fixture that doesn't sit well with him.
Tops for 2-0 and tops for the break.
32. Conan, you require 86.
May just be a dart of the ball here for Coat. But he won't mind that prospect. But it's
44.
offline.
Steve,
And straight off to the left-hand side. And so Reynolds, looking at tops for 2-0, looking at tops for the break. Now double 10 to double his lead. Doesn't
30.
go. Whitehead gets a second
Conan,
chance.
You require 42.
Steve didn't expect to miss. Conan didn't expect him to miss. Double 18.
6.
And when that's not clicking,
Steve, you require 10.
he's just not in the right gear.
But it hasn't been like Steve Reynolds to miss clubs at a double this week.
Game shot on the
And
second
he's not
leg.
going to miss
Steve
more in
Reynolds.
this leg. He's 2-0 up. He's got the breaker throw. And Conan Whitehead here is 2 legs away from being
leg, it's
face
Steve
of the
to go
reality
first.
of life
Game
in
on.
Group C this week.
Which means he'd have to go up against a certain Jared Cole,
43.
a certain Richie Howson, and John McCarthy.
$140.
If that is to be the case, I get the feeling that Whitehead will be very glad to be rid of Reynolds for at least a couple of days. I suppose there's nothing worse than losing to someone 3 times over Monday to Wednesday darts.
91.
Interestingly, if Conan is to drop into Group C, it'd be the only former weekly winner that would be in that group. Richie Howson's lost a couple of finals. Jared Cole lost to Patrick van den Boogaard
6.
in a final here in the past.
He's never going to shake that, is he, Patrick?
Boogaard.
89.
That was terrible. Where's Paul Hinks when you need him? He does it better than anyone.
$80.
I'll tell you what really annoyed me at the weekend is how people couldn't say young Van der Velde's name properly. It's Jurjen Van der Velde.
140.
Rant over. That's our responsibility in this industry, to get people's names right.
41.
It was up to Conan to get that right.
Leg, Conan Whitehead.
And I can say that with my hands up because I once said that
Fourth
Conan
leg,
Whitehead
it's Conan
supported
to
the wrong
throw
club.
first.
And he pulled me on it, and I said, I apologise. It'll never happen again. And I've never been so frightened as a commentator in all my life.
Well, in the Premier League, there's actually...
56.
You can actually look at it on YouTube. It's free for anybody to look at. And there's a pronunciation guide. And every player, manager, personnel speak in front of a camera before the start of the season. And they will say their name.
55.
So for commentators, broadcasters, they get a better grasp of how a player is pronounced.
So let's put one out there as an example. Is it Kevin De Bruyne
58.
or is it Kevin De Bruyne?
It should be Kevin De Bruyne, but he's been anglicised. I was originally told it was Erling Haaland, but everyone calls him Haaland.
81.
Interesting, because it's, in darts terms, it's Mikael van Gerwen, not Michael van Gerwen. The anglicised way of saying his name has become the way that he accepts
95.
it. So it does happen a lot in sport.
I think Gian may have to be used to being called Gian in the
He's
near
Gian.
future.
We've
100.
embraced the Gian, the little ch.
92.
It's not as if we're going to call Whitehead Conan.
Did have
57.
to decipher the name of Connie Heenahan when he first turned up here. And Bradley Roos.
Exactly. That is a great visit. But his next problem is something he faces every time he's at the top of the board. Big single, followed by the same double
81.
with a dart in the way.
Conan, you require
And this
6.
is something he will practice a lot.
Game
That's
shot on
how
the
you do
fourth
it.
leg, Conan Whitehead.
And with a bit of a groan and a bit of a war, Whitehead levels up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Back
Game
in this
on.
contest, a contest where he could have been out of sight in.
$140.
Yeah, this is going to be a good contest for the next 2 or 3 legs. Conan's got to keep fighting if he wants to have a lie in tomorrow.
100.
If you think that's a foreign concept, it happens a lot in sports, in snooker, in golf. Even footballers are starting to say that they don't like the Saturday afternoon
43.
game. They'd rather play at 3 o'clock instead of 12:30.
Well, Jurgen Klopp was
60.
very vocal about his disdain of the 12:30 fixture. Just the sheer sight of a BT microphone shuttered him off.
I don't think Wayne Rooney liked it either because he said he didn't like chicken and pasta in the morning.
43.
I do think the 1 o'clock slot, though, for the players, even though you have less spots to make it through, if you make it out of it, I do think does have an advantage to it because it's a time that players are more accustomed to. When you
123.
finish on the Friday, you're done at about 6 o'clock. You've got the evening to chill out, relax, do whatever you want to do, get to bed at a nice hour, and then the next day you just focus on the task in hand.
140.
Yeah, I think sometimes we've almost bagged Group C too harshly. It's easier than Group A. It's less days.
44.
There's more places on offer.
Steve, you require
Group A
135.
is hard. That leaves 95.
65.
I can get behind that. And I think a lot of supreme counters on that 135 might have started on treble 19.
96. Steve, you require
This
70.
is a very big moment in this game.
One dart in his hand, a double 16 to move 3-2 to the good.
54.
He doesn't take
Conan,
his
you
chance.
require 78.
Whitehead gets a go at a similar type finish to put himself in front, and he's going to get 2, a double 12 to get the break and then have the darts for the match. He only needs the one.
Conan
And how
Whitehead.
pivotal an exchange that could be. Reynolds missing a dart to go a leg away. Whitehead taking his.
Sixth
And he now
flag.
has
It's
the
Conan
darts
to throw
to
first.
put himself to within 2 points of Steve
Game
Reynolds
on.
and make the man in third place win his last couple of games. And remember, he is still to play Jimmy Van Schie.
55.
And he's got Lipscomb in the very last match of the session and the group. It is only fair to say that
97.
Conan Whitehead's got to play Jimmy Van Schie as well. If you were going to have a Ryder Cup style
38.
affair here in Portsmouth, if I was a captain, I'd pick Conan Whitehead in my first 3 picks. I just love his spirit.
6.
He's the kind of person that could fire up a team easily. You want him in your locker room.
Well, put it this way. If you had a fantasy trade a la IPL cricket and you could
22.
pick 3 players, they're probably in this group. Van Schie, Pilgrim, Whitehead, for different reasons. Darryl, his quality. Jimmy, the way he motivates a team. And Conan for his dogged determination no
6.
matter what scenario he's in.
Yeah, they would definitely be in the teams.
$60.
Now, there's that dart again. That one that can be so close to another point. If the points were slightly shorter, that was a treble 20. It is a trade-off having those longer points.
95. $100.
This time he finds it. But he needs errors from Steve if he wants to win this one by 4 legs to 2.
It's felt like a game for Steve Reynolds where it's just not quite happened.
59.
He's left himself on a finish. He's left himself on 130, but Whitehead will feel like 6 darts and 226 will get the job done.
56.
Now, this is the kind of
Steve,
game
you
that
require
Reynolds will guarantee you.
130.
A low 80s average with decent finishing. But Whitehead has gone down a peg in this match. Double 5. And we
Game
go
shot
all
on
the way.
sick flag. Steve Reynolds.
This guy can finish.
7th and final leg. It's
Finish
Steve to throw
when
first.
under the utmost
Game on.
pressure as well. Conan Whitehead shakes his head. He knows that he should be out of here by now, and a lackluster last leg on throw means that he's going to have to try and break if he's to
100.
pick up the points in this encounter.
It all comes down to one leg of darts. Reynolds is in Group B.
125.
If he wins this leg, Whitehead cannot be. If Reynolds wins this leg.
49.
Well, it's the first of the permutations that could well be sorted out in this third round of
46.
fixtures. Steve Reynolds confirmation in Group B, and then in Game 9 it may well be the confirmation and the crossing of the checkered flag for Jimmy Van Schie in terms of winning Group A. He takes on Darryl Pilgrim. That game scheduled to start at around about 5 to
81.
12 in the United Kingdom, so please do join us for that. Or wherever you are joining us around the world, please check your local listings.
And you might want to check
123.
the other content on our YouTube channel as well, because overnight we dropped a little bit of a prank on some of the players from a couple of weeks ago, and that's a rather interesting segment to watch. Oh my.
108.
That turns the tables in this leg, doesn't it? Just hit the subscribe button, look at the content on the channel, and find the most recent
99.
one.
Steve, you require
You've got to be made of
91.
stone not to laugh.
This is for Group B, for Steve Reynolds on his debut. He's not going to do so this time.
51.
And he hopes that Conan
Conan,
Whitehead
you require
hasn't got a
108.
ton topper to win it. Oh, this would hurt.
It's got to go the 14. That 18's too risky. It's too
No
risky.
score. Steve, you
And
require
that is why.
40.
And because of that, Steve Reynolds comes back for tots, 3 in hand. To
Game shot
confirm
and the
his
match.
place
Steve
in
Reynolds.
Group B on his debut. And the former champion, Conan Whitehead, is going to have to do it from Group C in the afternoons. Steve Reynolds, what a debut he's having. He's going to be playing the night slot on Thursday and Friday. He's beaten the Barbarian by 4 legs to 3 to confirm his place in the top 3. For Conan Whitehead, he's going to have to go again in the afternoon shift alongside the 2 players coming up next, Hilton Klein and Adam Lipscomb. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Steve Reynolds get the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3. Our middle match of the session sees Hilton Klein and Adam Lipscomb go toe to toe. The man from Botswana up against the man from Portsmouth, who's trying to pretend to be a Hoover for a couple of minutes.
Is that what he was trying to do? He looked like he was getting one of those big traditional saws and trying to get some lumber.
Don't know, it looked like that music video from Queen back in the 80s, like Gail Platt in Coronation Street. There's a mental image that
First
no
leg,
one needs
it's
to
Hilton to throw first.
think of as
Game
Hilton
on.
gets us underway. So middle match of the day. These the bottom 2 in the group going toe to toe, and these 2 will go head to head 2 more times this week after this meeting. That victory for Steve Reynolds means that we now know
96.
what's going to be happening to 4 of the 6 players in this group. Steve Reynolds is going to be playing in Group B. Conan Whitehead, Adam Lipscomb and Hilton Klein in Group
100.
C. And in the next game, you may find out where everybody's tent will be pitched for the next couple of days if Jimmy Van Schie can get the better with Darrell Pilgrim.
57.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Hilton now using a different set of darts? Looks like he's got a darker set.
140.
Definitely look different, don't they?
Yeah, they look like the same construct.
41.
Maybe just a different coating. And that's something that Lipscomb has employed. These have a somewhat bronze nature to them.
44.
And they worked really well against Klein yesterday, didn't they?
Did they ever? 115.62 was the average for Adam Lipscomb in that
25.
game. Hit 3 maximums, 4 from 8 on his doubles. And in fairness to Hilton, he averaged 91.82. But he may as well have just stood there and
139.
applauded Adam for his excellence throughout the course of that encounter.
Yeah, that performance inflated Adam's daily average to over
134.
95.
Adam, you require 78.
One of his best daily performances, numbers-wise.
38. Hilton, you require 148.
Stay there. Or don't. Oh, what a
Game
finish
shot on the
that
first
is.
leg, Hilton Klein.
Just a little bit more of what he can do. What a finish that was.
Second leg, it's
Second
Adam
148
to
of
the
the
first.
day
Game
from
on.
our players in Group A.
Triple H of a SmackDown.
95.
And that may well hurt Adam Lipscomb. Hilton still looking for his first win
97.
in this Group A. Doesn't want to go through the campaign pointless.
You could say that 140 had some pedigree.
85.
He's definitely got some game.
83. $125.
But Adams responded well here in leg 2. On throw, leaving himself on the cusp after 9.
100.
But there's no doubt that Hilton's playing to a slightly higher level in this game. Maybe there's something about Adam that actually brings the best out of Hilton. The problem
41.
he's got is seemingly Adam does exactly the same.
That's true. Game chemistry, isn't it?
43. Adam, you
Certain
require
players that you like playing against,
155.
some players that you don't, for whatever reason. He has got that second dart in somehow.
89. $80. Adam, you require
Does
66.
Adam answer? Straight back. He doesn't. He's missed that single 16.
26. Hilton, you require
That
98.
is an unforced error. And this has opened up the opportunity here for Hilton Klein to go 2-0 to the good, but he's unable to find a trouble with either dart 1 or
43.
dart
Adam,
2
you
and
require
slips with dart
40.
3. Both players having a slip when needing a single to leave a double. But Lipscomb gets a poke at tops.
That's now awkward.
No score.
There you
Hilton,
can see that
require
second dart
55.
was a lot flatter. No longer could that left corner be a guide. Double top for Klein.
35.
Monstrous chance to go
Adam,
2-0 up.
require 40.
Left-hand side again.
Game shot on the second leg. Adam Lipscomb.
Wasn't a marker, didn't use it.
Third
So
leg.
Levery
It's
up
Hilton to throw
1-1.
first.
Hilton missing a
Game on.
huge opportunity there to go 2-0 to the good. And the worry that could well become
55.
apparent for the man for Botswana here is Adam Lipscomb begins to find his scoring range again, and normal service very quickly resumes.
125.
And it feels like the case here. Hilton off to a poor scoring start. Lipscomb with a couple of big trebles. And he has taken the throw at the beginning of this third leg.
60.
And I do wonder whether the pressure as well ekes in the other direction for players like Adam, because
85.
everybody else has beaten Hilton and beaten Hilton heavily so far this week. And there's almost a pressure as you get to the end of the group of not being the one that
28.
loses to Hilton.
I think that's a good point, because at the minute, like you mentioned, nobody has lost to him.
85.
You don't want to be the person that breaks that duck.
And that's not as a disrespect to Hilton. This would be the same case of any player in his position,
42.
such as the competitive edge of the players in this group, and particularly the four more established names, the likes of Jimmy, Darryl, Conan and Adam.
39.
There will be a one-upmanship about one another in every single thing they do.
$62. Adam, you require 167.
That's one. That's not two. But he has got 90 left with a big buffer.
95.
Left himself on 72 to get the break to go 2-1 up, and you feel like from that point onwards he'll have a real cushion to really attack the game. But Hilton keeping
72.
close order. Remember, he took out that 1-4-8 to win the first leg.
He's gambled and it hasn't paid off. And that's the second game in a row
No score.
that we've seen a gamble
Hilton, you require 114.
where someone's been bitten. First with Whitehead, now with Lipscomb. Does he pay the price? He's coming back for 72 instead of sitting on a double.
56. Adam, you require 72.
This time he does get a shot.
32. Hilton, you require
But that
58.
shot at tops does not go, and so Hilton Klein here to go 2-1 up. But again, another miss of the single means only one at tops. But only needed one to win leg one. And he only
Game
needs
shot
one
on
to
the
win leg
third
three.
Hilton Klein.
2 legs on the board for Hilton Klein. Adam Lipscomb shakes his head in the background because the man from
Fourth
Botswana
leg.
is
It's
2
Adam to
legs
go
away
first.
from his first
Game
win
on.
on this stage.
It's a slightly
95.
different statistic that Adam's got right now. He's more than 40 points behind his level of performance from yesterday against Hilton.
6.
40, not 14.
Six.
But this is still a game he can win if he just ups his consistency and stops making mistakes. Now, did you know that Botswana's really only got 2 seasons?
36.
Winter and summer. So they don't necessarily have a spring or an autumn. But right now,
96.
it's 35 degrees in Botswana. And I am sure that waking up in Portsmouth, having to put on a woolly hat and a scarf and a coat, will feel a little bit foreign to him.
I think we need to go to Gaborone to play next week.
108.
Well, if you're paying, I'll go. However, there's
6.
something rather important happening in Portsmouth next week. Yes, Champions Week. When the likes of Sykes and Labanauskas and Harrison and Gotthard and Scott
93.
Taylor are all coming back to town. If I didn't mention your name there, I apologise. Oh, don't apologise for that, Adam.
Hilton, you require 132.
That was excellent.
This is a 3-1. He knows the importance potentially of this moment, but he's unable to fire the treble 19. He's beginning to believe. He's beginning to feel it a bit, isn't he, Hilton?
65.
He did have a maximum in this leg.
40.
But it's a leg he could lose.
30.
But then
Hilton,
again,
you
he might
require
not.
67.
Well, Adam Lipscomb is gift wrapping more opportunities than somebody who works in Santa's grotto. And Hilton Kai could be a recipient of another one of them if he found
35.
double 16 there.
Adam, you require 10.
Still hasn't got 3 legs in a match. He's still got a chance of getting 3-1 up.
Hilton, you require 32.
This is all going wrong for Lipscomb.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
3-1
leg.
up Hilton Klein is.
Well, this is the moment when he flew from Gaborone
Fifth leg.
to
It's Hilton
Portsmouth
to throw
that he
first.
dreamt of.
Game on.
Via Dubai, I should say. Dubai and Portsmouth, two very different locations.
Yeah, last time I checked, there's no direct flight from Portsmouth to Dubai. I wish there was.
140.
It's quite the journey, isn't it? Was it direct from Botswana to Dubai?
100.
Yes, and then from Dubai over to London, and then London to Portsmouth. But nonetheless, his journey of many thousands of miles, this was what he was dreaming of doing. Winning matches on the Super
57.
Series stage, and he has the darts here to do exactly that.
41.
And this is where you find out a little bit more about yourself.
52.
Can you compete? Can you win? Two very different things.
80.
And anything that could go wrong for Adam, it's happened in this match. He's still behind after 9 darts in this 5th leg.
$60.
And we said about the pressure on Adam. He doesn't want to be the first player to lose to Hilton.
95.
But it is the man for Botswana who's got 6 starts on 192 to make history for his nation. To become the
94.
first player from Botswana to win on this stage. He's left himself on a 2-darter to do exactly that.
125. Hilton, you require 98.
Does he get a dart at a double to win the game? No. So Lipscomb can stop him for now.
47. Adam, you require 60.
Boy, this will feel nervy. 1 left.
40.
Doesn't go.
Hilton, you require 51.
You said that would feel nervy. Hilton will be nervous on this shot. This is a big moment for him. That leaves 13. There are no guarantees in darts. Single 5.
No score. Adam,
Winning
you
isn't
require
easy.
20.
Double 10. For Lipscomb to use his get out of jail free card.
Game
Double
shot
5
on the
is
fifth
found.
leg. Adam Lipscomb.
Lipscomb breaks this game, returns the throw, and Hilton Klein didn't even get an opportunity to get a match start
Sixth
from the
leg. It's
51.
Adam to throw first.
Things he's got to learn
Game
from
on.
that. He's got to understand how he felt in that moment. Put yourself in that
54.
moment again and then handle it better. That's all he can do. He may have never felt like that before in any game he's played.
58.
But just imagine how incredible it is when you get to the moment that you've always wanted to be at. What about Rob Cross when he was on 140 to win a world championship against Phil because he knew that he was about to throw his first ever dart
140.
to win a world title. And he hit it first time.
97.
Some people can just get over the line really quickly. For some others, it takes a bit of learning. But if you look at Lipscomb, there were times
97.
when he really struggled to get wins on this stage, struggled to make Saturdays. He's improved. He's a walking, talking example of someone that you can admire because of what he's achieved over the last 12 months. Great shot.
123. Adam, you require 109.
Does Adam stop him again? He's starting to warm up.
69.
It's another attempt for Hilton
You require 83.
to get his first win on the stage.
For a slice of history of the Super Series. Tops was the attempt, but not the execution.
43.
And Lipscomb to take
Adam,
us
you
all the
require
way.
40.
That's the target he's looking at.
Fives. Or Hilton gets darts at double.
No score.
Darts he will get
Hilton, you require 40.
for that first victory in Portsmouth.
Tops for his moment. 2 match darts have come and gone.
20. Adam, you require 40.
He's more animated than he was before. Double five again. And this time, it takes us all the way.
I tell you what, this is a meeting between the
7th
players,
and
5th
final
and 6th
leg.
for the
It's
group,
Hilton to
that
throw
can't
first.
do anything more
Game
than what
on.
they can physically do. But this feels so much more than that, because what is at stake for Hilton Klein? This is a little bit more
40.
than just a player playing darts. It feels far more significant than that if he can win this game.
84.
He's already done something in this game that he hasn't done all week. In fact, he's done 2 things. He's got to 3 legs, and he's had shots to win a match.
45.
If he goes on to lose this game 4-3, he's still accomplished progress.
140.
And Adam is the more seasoned player. He's more prepared for this right now than Hilton is.
And it feels like that is really
58.
come to the boil here, and it looks like those couple of mismatched darts has knocked the sails out of the wind of, well, the wind out the
45.
sails of Hilton Klein.
Now, Botswana don't know a great deal about boats. It is landlocked.
54.
This is good enough from Adam. 2 treble visit needed for Hilton to get to a finish.
100. Adam, you require 150.
He is inching towards 2 more points.
88.
But he will not want to remember his doubling performance in this game. He's missed 20 darts at a double. But he could still win it.
I think the word will be
100.
relief.
Adam, you require
Should he cross the
62.
finishing line on the back of this 62? 1 dart at tops, having seen his opponent miss a couple at that target to win it.
shot.
And
Unmatched.
Lipscomb dispatches
Adam
of his
Lipscomb.
first in hand. Well, Hilton Klein claimed the closest there to his first win on the Super Series stage. He missed 2 darts to cross the finishing line, but Adam Lipscomb is able to do so. He seals a 4-3 win after the break. Pilgrim Vashki. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where an important game of the Modus Super Series is about to get underway. The race for Group A could come to an end here. A victory for Jimmy Van Schie against Daryl Pilgrim will seal the Dutchman's place into the Saturday night final and yield a first ever Group A success for the Dutch Sequoia. Up against him, Daryl Pilgrim, his closest challenger in the group, 4 points behind Van Schie. A win here would put him back to within a couple of points and possibly back in play. But defeat means that he will have to do it again in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening, respectively. That man in your picture is on the cusp. And if the truth be told, over the course
First leg, it's Daryl
of
to
what
throw
we have seen
first.
so far in this group, the
Game on.
12 games so far, he has been the most consistent player.
That can't be denied. But the patterns over the last couple of days,
59.
they are continuing all the way through the first half of Wednesday as well. Anybody that was 2-0 up against an opponent for the first 2 days,
59.
they've made it 3-0. But these two are one game all. It is quite hard to believe.
98.
But in Game 8 on Monday, Daryl beat Jimmy 4-0. Since then, Jimmy hasn't lost.
108.
And the other way round, Daryl's first defeat to this group was inflicted by Jimmy this time yesterday. And it was around
42.
about this point where there were floating thoughts as to whether Daryl Pilgrim could complete the card 3 times over, do the 30 from 30, which has never been achieved before. But Jimmy Van
98.
Schie had other ideas then and has had other ideas ever since. And has taken the darts off of Daryl Pilgrim in this opening leg.
One hundred.
2 out of 3 in bad.
Jimmy, you require 164.
Jimmy's looking for all 3. There's one. Now, going 18s in that spot
96.
is just as good as staying on the 60. Because you can get the ideal setup shot with a 140 or a 132 via 4 18s.
100. Jimmy, you require 68.
It's one of those players where if you go straight or right, both are absolutely perfect.
It's double 16 for the break.
36.
Chance has come and gone
Daryl,
for
you
Van Schie.
require 82.
Pilgrim should get a dart at the back of this combination.
But he doesn't. He's making more errors like that in the last couple of games than he's made all week.
46. Jimmy, you
So 3
require
more for the
32.
breaker throw and for the ideal start. But that's not an ideal dart. But he's
Yeah,
found
it's
a
on
way
the first
around.
leg.
And what
Jimmy
a dart
Van
that
Schie.
was. Wrapped it round, gets the breaker throw. Van Schie one up.
Second leg. It's
He needed
Jimmy
a break
to
at some
first.
point.
Game
He's
on.
got it right at the very beginning of the contest. And now he feels he really can get his teeth stuck into it.
140.
Someone's going to have a very Merry Christmas next week.
140.
We are mere hours away from Champions Week starting on Monday morning at 9:30. And these guys desperately
95.
want to get a series title, don't they? Maybe, with all due respect to Jimmy, I think Daryl has harboured ambitions of one for a longer period.
58.
He's actually got 3 weekly titles. But he's not been to Champions Week since Series 5.
59.
That is over a year ago now. That was back in November of 2023. It was actually that Champions Week where he broke the record for most consecutive wins with
97.
17. There was a combination between the end of Series 6 Week 2 and then Series 5 Week 2 and then Series 5 Champions Week.
95.
Yeah, one of the records that he's got. He's got plenty of them. Least amount of legs dropped in a daily campaign.
100. Jimmy, you require 112.
Highest losing average. Highest average overall. Biggest win streak. Probably look at the 16s now.
47.
This feels
Darryl, you
very
require
edgy, this game.
106.
To square up and get the break back. One dart in his hand, a double 18 is
70.
wide.
Jimmy, you require 65.
Gets the 25, so it's tops for 2-0.
Game shot on the
Nothing
second
edgy
leg,
about
Jimmy
that.
Vanschke.
But the edge might be all Jimmy's.
Third leg,
With
it's
2
Darryl
games to
throw
go.
first. Game on.
His remaining fixtures are Reynolds and against Conan Whitehead. And that is
134.
something, when he looked at the fixtures overnight, I don't want to have to win that game against Conan to win this group, because that is a dicey thing to do. Just ask Darryl, who's lost to him
90
the last 2
serve.
times he's played him.
It's now or never for Mr. P. 2 more legs
134.
for Jimmy, and he's into Saturday night showpiece at the expense of the man from Croydon. He'll have to do it the hard way. He'll have to do it by playing the 5
44.
days. But it's got an opening in this leg because Vanschke leaving himself on 360 means that he's guaranteed a minimum of 6 darts to take this leg out.
95.
But he's looking at half the score.
140.
This
Darryl,
should
you
be Darryl's
require
leg.
138.
Every day of the week and twice on Sundays, even though we don't play on Sundays. Might even be right now.
114.
Yeah, good response here from Darryl.
Imposing himself a bit more. Asking more significant questions of Jimmy.
Darryl, you require 24.
And this for his first leg. 2 12s. To bring
Game
it back
shot on
to
the third
2-1. And that
leg,
was a
Darryl
13
Pilgrim.
darter there for Darryl Pilgrim. An upgrade in quality for Mr. P. But Jimmy, having got that break
Fourth
in the
leg,
opener,
it's Jimmy to throw
still
first.
has the ascendancy
Game
in
on.
this contest.
The leg difference at the start of the day, there was 1 leg between them.
180.
As it stands at the minute, Jimmy does have a 1-leg advantage in this game.
140.
But there's 9 legs between them as it stands. That is tantamount to another 2 points.
100.
It's not really about the leg difference in this game. But if Darryl wins,
108.
it'll be about leg difference and points. Come rounds 4 and 5. All of a sudden, this game's going into overdrive.
125.
We're beginning to reach the championship rounds, and both players are going toe-to-toe, punch for punch. And Ski on for a potential 11 darter on throw.
125.
But Pilgrim is keeping close chase.
Jimmy, you require 96.
He's on 56 after 9, and he might not even get a look at it.
Double 18. Would have been for a 12 darter that
Darryl, you
would have put
require
Vanschke on the
56.
brink, but Pilgrim has an opportunity to square this match up. He was 2-0 down.
Double 18 has let him down.
Jimmy, you require 36.
It very rarely does. Now Jimmy to compound the pain on the same double. Not this time. This game may be
No
destined
Darryl, you
to be
require
going
18.
very long.
Now the nerves really do begin to set in.
10.
And now the frustration creeps
Jimmy, you
in for
require
Darryl Pilgrim.
36.
Because that was the moment for him to get himself back in the contest. It could well be
on the
game
fourth
over.
leg,
It could
Jimmy
well be
Van
lights
Schie.
out. Because Jimmy Van Schie is a leg away from not just winning this match, but
Fifth
from
leg,
winning
it's
this group
Darryl to
at
throw
the
first.
expense of Mr.
Game
P.
And if he does win another leg in this contest, there's going to be a lot of happy people in Portsmouth who've already got
58.
tickets for Saturday night. He is Mr. Popular. And when he makes Saturday night, he makes the final.
41.
He has won the 2 weekly campaigns he's been involved in on Saturday nights. And the series Saturday night, he was losing out by the odd leg to Marvin van Velsen.
140.
Games like this
81.
have got to be good preparation for Jimmy for Lakeside. Because he's going into a set format tournament.
171.
This is the equivalent of being 2-0 up in a set. And he's got multiple chances of taking the set.
6.
It's a question of whether he can
Darryl,
get
you
the job
require
done.
132.
This is for 303 in 6. That's how you do
On the
it.
fifth leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
An act of darting defiance from Darryl Pilgrim. A 1-3-2, a 12 darter
Sixth leg,
to
it's
force
Jimmy
Jimmy
to throw
Van
first.
Schie to
Game on.
win this game on throw. He has the darts in his hand to book his place through to Saturday night's final. He's been in
85.
control of this group ever since he beat Darryl Pilgrim yesterday. He can confirm that authority by putting his name up in gold if he can win one more leg. But a dry first turn
100
met with a Pilgrim Max, and possibly this game
The
could well be swinging on a sixpence.
How many perfect darts is that now?
140.
140, 171, 132, 180. And that's where it falls.
96.
This is more defiance from Mr. P. If he wins this game, we'll call him Mr. D.
58.
Well, such is the power scoring in the last couple of legs. Dale's actually dragged his average up above the ton mark, 102.5.
98.
He's left himself on 127. May be good enough. Depends on what Jimmy does here. Oh, Jimmy's doing.
138.
He's put himself in position.
Darryl, you require 127.
Another ton plus checkout needed. Well, there's the 27, but not in a good way.
$87.
Can he find
You
80
require
points
80.
to win the group with no more fuss?
Double 10 for Saturday night. 2 5s. And it's
Great
Jimmy
shot.
Van
And the
Schie
match,
who's
Jimmy Van
victorious
Schie.
in Group A. He is the first player to qualify through to the final Saturday night of qualification in 2024. He had a job to do this week. Well, that's the first part of it done. He's into Saturday with a couple of days to spare. Darryl Pilgrim losing despite an average in excess of 101. Mr. P at times was scintillating, but he just didn't quite have enough for the sheer consistency of Jimmy Van Schie, who has qualified through to Saturday's final. Pilgrim will have to play in Group B. Coming up after the break is Conan Whitehead up against Hilton Klein. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jimmy Van Schie has qualified for Saturday's final. He got the better of Darrell Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2 before the break, defying a 101 average of Mr. P to qualify his way through. 24 points to his name. Darrell Pilgrim on 18. Steve Reynolds has also guaranteed his place in Group B on 16 points. So everything is now confirmed for later on in the week. So Jimmy Van Schie has won Group A. Darrell Pilgrim and Steve Reynolds will join Steve West, Ted Evans and Rhiannon Sullivan in Group B. Whilst in Group C, Conan Whitehead, Adam Lipscomb and Hilton Klein will drop down, and they're going to be joined by John McCarthy, Richie Howson and Jared Cole. That's the action that's going to take place later on this week. 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Each of the sessions get underway on Thursday and Friday on the Super Series YouTube channel. And then Saturday night, the final qualifying night of 2024, will be live from 7:30 p.m. I wonder whether any of these two will be there, as Conan Whitehead and Hilton Klein go toe-to-toe.
It's Conan to throw first.
In the 10th game
on.
of our session, we head to the final third of our action. For Conan, it's been a week so far which hasn't yielded any joy.
58.
Yes, he's picked up 5 wins. Yes, he's picked up 10 points. But this is a man who's lifted the big title here. This is a man whose sights would have been set a lot higher than playing out for a 4th, 5th place finish.
$140.
It is quite a big week in World Darts. The schedule for the PDC World Championship will be released in due course. Lakeside starts this weekend.
96.
Last qualifying week of the Modus Super Series. And just because there's not a great deal of open action worldwide, like there has been over the last few months,
95.
this is the time of year to be a darts fan. If you're not motivated by what's about to happen over the next 6 weeks, then you have to ask yourself some serious questions.
21.
Like I was mentioning in the previous match,
140.
anybody who had a 2-0 record against someone coming into Wednesday, they have gone on to make it 3-0. So that means it's Conan's turn
You require 68.
to try and turn a 2-0 head-to-head into a 3-0.
64.
You can only do that by winning 4 legs at different junctures, which is exactly what Adam Lipscomb did against Klein in Game 8.
59. Conan, you require 4.
Well, prior to that game against Lipscomb, this was the closest Hilton got in a match. He picked up a couple of legs, caused a lot of problems to Conan Whitehead. But the problem he's got is trying to find a
on the
dart over
first
the
leg,
top.
Conan
And what a
Whitehead.
dart he found over the top on that double 2 to open up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Hilton to throw first. Game on.
Over the top, funnily enough. There's someone who's had a 9-darter at Ali
55.
Pally when he hit it against Vincent van der Voort and then decided to run away.
Rumour has it he's still sprinting somewhere around Muswell Hill now.
Was it like Forrest Gump? Run, win, Stanley, run.
Rain's going to be on commentary duty for the
100.
Lakeside next week. We're looking forward to hearing her analysis.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's long overdue to hear Lorraine's thoughts. She does a great job and has been a fabulous player as well.
140.
And she is still the only player in darts history to have ever had 100% on doubles in a World Championship final.
Because she only had 1 dart and a double against Bakura Suzuki, 2 darts and a double against Bakura Suzuki in the 2019
57.
final.
Now that the pressure's off, one of 2 things is about to happen. Will Conan relax a bit too much?
140.
Doesn't look like it.
Hilton, you require 148.
Or maybe Pilgrim could be the person that Klein beats, potentially. He's trying to replicate the finish he had in his previous match. He took the 148 that way.
92. Conan, you require 24.
For 2-0 lead. Double 12. Double 6. Goes
Gage
last
on the
start in
second leg,
hand.
Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead 2 to the good. Comfortable.
Third
He will
leg
see a
is Conan
routine.
to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 91 for the first couple of legs. That is pretty routine for him.
43.
He's going to be disappointed that he will be in Group C, but he has been through that situation before.
140.
Conan's the kind of guy that takes adversity, sticks it in a grinder, and swallows it whole.
60.
I'm not even sure where that came from, but it's pretty apt, isn't it?
The one thing you'll see from Hilton, as we've seen for our previous players that have come from the ADG, is regardless of the situations, you will always see give absolutely everything
80.
to the cause. They're almost playing for a bigger picture than just them playing at a darts tournament. And Simon Adams is the first to almost install that into
140.
players that come and play in competitions like this.
Let's not forget Devin Peterson, who did make a final on a Saturday night in this series. Lost to Paul Hogan, someone who he could have disposed of 24 hours prior to that. And just imagine the amount of experience that Hilton is getting this week.
24.
He's going to have a minimum of 25 games in the bank. Where else would he get that kind of experience in less than a week?
55. Hilton, you require
The answer is
97.
nowhere.
Here's to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
Treble 18's the shot. Don't do double-double when someone's on 140.
And particularly when somebody like Conan Whitehead's on 140. He's really
37.
taken
Conan,
out
you
the
require
148 today. He's not going to add another one to the mix. And so
6.
Hilton to get a break back,
Hilton,
return the
you
game to throw.
require
Look at it,
6.
60. Should get 2 at tops.
Game shot on
Very
the third
nicely
leg,
done.
Hilton Klein.
Maybe he was destined
Fourth
to be a
leg, it's
dart
Hilton
player.
to throw first.
He does have the word
Game
ton in his name.
$60.
I suppose that's a bit thin, isn't it? Because that's like saying
100.
Conan's birthright was to be a grandmother because he's got Nan in his name.
$100.
Yeah, but by that particular graphic, I'm destined to be a baby chicken.
70.
Oh, a hen, yeah.
Or part of the church.
40.
Just get the feeling that Conan has lost a little bit of
45.
energy here. You could tell how much he wanted in his first 3 games to try and bridge that gap to Steve Reynolds. He hasn't been able to accomplish his daily mission.
120.
But I do fear for everybody in Group C. They're going to have to handle Conan Whitehead now.
There's going to be
6.
carnage in that group tomorrow. Howson, Whitehead, Cole, Lipsgood. There's some big hitters there.
And Whitehead and Howson know each other pretty well. Both from the
57.
southeast of England. Not a million miles away from where Jared Cole cut his teeth.
40.
Down in Hertfordshire now.
Hilton, you
Very
require
much.
124.
Lives in Chandler's Ford, does Jared?
29.
Well, Whitehead's got to get back into this game because Klein is starting to make headway.
100.
That's a little bit better.
Hilton, you require 95.
And that's a shot that requires a treble 18. So if Klein wants to get to 2-2, he's better off hitting this right now. Double top. Very
on
good.
The fourth leg, Hilton Klein.
2-2. And in every single game, he's getting that little bit closer, isn't
Fifth
he,
leg,
Hilton
it's Conan
Klein?
to the row first.
He's becoming more and more
Game on.
competitive as this group comes to a culmination. And just like a few games ago,
100.
when we mentioned when Adam Lipscomb was getting closer to defeat to Hilton, Conan doesn't want to be the one that is
120.
inflicted with the indignity of being the first to lose to Hilton Klein on this stage.
Seeing as we do have a little bit of time to work with here,
55.
should we share some interesting facts about Botswana?
Yes, please.
It has the biggest population of elephants in the world.
140.
African elephants. The ones with the tusks. Because the Indian ones don't have tusks.
140.
It is an endangered species haven for the likes of the cheetah, the brown hyena, the
100.
fishing owl as well. And one of 7 national
78.
wonders of Africa,
Hilton,
the
you require
Okavango Delta, is in
141.
Botswana, and I've seen nature programs about that. It is quite something. The amount of rainfall they get at one point is quite breathtaking. Speaking of which, that is
Game shot on the
breathtaking.
fifth leg, Hilton
He's
Klein.
shown us more today than we've seen all week. Might get another chance to win a
leg,
game
it's
here,
Hilton
and
to the
boy
right
does he
first.
deserve a chance.
Game on.
Because they don't hand out 1-4-1 checkouts at the door. You have to get them yourself.
But he's getting closer, isn't he?
85.
He led 3-1 against Adam Lipscomb. He now leads 3-2 against Conan Whitehead. It was a 12-dart breaker throw for Hilton Klein, who's now a leg away from eventually getting that
95.
first win.
Apparently, Botswana is one of the world's biggest diamond producers.
140.
What did we say about coal earlier in the week?
We need to stop
6.
talking about Jared Nico.
No, I said they can be turned into diamonds if you add some pressure.
Well, would you like to learn a little bit of Botswana?
100.
You're not going to try this.
Now, if you want to say hello in Botswana, it is Dumela.
45.
Yeah, you weren't allowed to do that in the 80s with the Tory party. Yeah, I know that joke's lost on you, but if you're about 45 to 50 years of age, you'll remember that
44.
one. Apparently, Botswana is the best place to find meerkats.
Good place to compare them as well,
6.
apparently.
Hilton, you require 132.
Well, this is for Hilton Klein's first ever win on the Super Series stage. And he has got 6 darts on 132 to do exactly that. Treble 19. It would have been some way to have done it.
46.
Oh, this is an 85 and change average. And to maintain that, he just needs an 86 checkout
140.
to get his first
Hilton, you
win
require
and to be
86.
against the Series 1 champion.
Conan, to a certain extent, is almost willing it in for the match. Conan expects it to go.
Don't think, just do.
70. Conan,
The
you
advice
require
given
101.
by Maverick to Rooster.
He's going bull. He didn't get the bull. And so Hilton Klein has 3 more for the
77.
match. Double
Hilton, you
8 to get
require
his
16.
first win on the Super Series stage. Double 4. Oh,
12.
no.
He's letting it
You
slip.
require 24.
And he threw first in this leg as well. He might come up short again.
Game shot on the 6th.
He's going to have to break in the last leg. It was on a plate, but he forgot his knife and fork.
7th and final leg. It's Conan
What great
to throw
spirit
first.
this game is
Game on.
being played in. There was almost a little bit of Conan Whitehead. He wasn't willing it in, but I think there would have been a wry smile on his face if Hilton Klein did find that
100.
match-winning double.
The fact is, the numbers tell us that Klein has been the better player in this game. But if there's
6.
one thing we can learn from the previous match between Pilgrim and Van Schie, is that you don't have to have the biggest average to win. In fact, Pilgrim's average was 13 points
58.
more than that of Jimmy.
As we're in the last leg, would you like one final Botswanan fun fact?
Go on then.
There are 147
97.
species of mammals recorded in the country.
147.
Yes.
147.
81. 83.
Only 1 point between them at the middle point of the last leg.
66.
Still got a chance. But after 5 missed match darts and 2 missed match darts in the previous match he played, is he wounded?
43.
You wouldn't blame me if he was. But Whitehead here, 6 darts to get over the line. In a game that he probably
78.
feels he should have lost. And a game that Hilton again will feel like he should have won.
$100.
Both for 118.
Conan, you require 118.
What does he want to do? Doesn't like the lie, so he can go treble 16 bull.
$90. Hilton, you require 118.
Really interesting, that. This would be historic. But it's not going to happen at that visit, and his chance might have slipped by.
78.
So
you
Conan
require
to dispatch
28.
of Hilton. Looking at double 14. 1 left in his hand. And into
Game
the
shot
bed it
and the
goes.
match. Conan
And for the
Whitehead.
second game in succession, Hilton Klein has come close to winning the game, but not quite close enough. Conan Whitehead rounding off a 4-3 win, straight down the stage, and straight after the break, Jimmy Van Schie against Steve Reynolds. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Conan Whitehead got the better Hilton Clyde by 4 legs to 3. Once again, Hilton having darts to win a match, but unable to cross the finishing line. Next up for us, Jimmy Van Schie up against Steve Reynolds. Jimmy guaranteed to be here on Saturday. He won Group A, courtesy of his win against Darryl Pilgrim last time out. Up against Steve Reynolds, who's guaranteed to be playing in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. It's a potential final meeting of the week between the pair. Weird saying that on a Wednesday afternoon, but Jimmy was definitely through. Steve
first. Game on.
May well cross different paths on Thursday, Friday. They may well cross different paths on Saturday. Van Schie with the darts. Van Schie with his place in Saturday night's final. And for him, it's just about trying to build as much momentum as possible, because this tournament is with another tournament in mind, the Lakeside next week.
Yeah, this is a strange one for Jimmy.
45.
He's never had Thursday and Friday off in Portsmouth before. So what's he going to do? He's probably going to top up you, Henry, because
59.
he wants to figure out what to do locally. Bit of practice, of course. Stretch his legs.
There'd be no space left in Portsmouth.
He'll be walking in Southampton in about 5 minutes. He'll be like a tripod from War of the Worlds. Still got some business to do, though, because he can still get to 28 points, which would equalise the best points total that we've ever seen
100.
in Group A. And he can still set a leg difference record. You don't want to go anywhere near that dot. And that's why he didn't.
126.
Van Schie's let himself a double 18 to take out the opening leg of this match.
83. Jimmy, you require
Even it
36.
after 12 darts. Now double 9.
He threw that too quickly. Much better
Okay,
rhythm
shot
on the
first
third
leg,
dart.
Jimmy Van Schie.
He is so confident right now. He might never
Second
have
leg,
felt
hit Steve to
the
throw
way he
first.
does at this
Game
point. His confidence after winning in the Czech Open on Saturday, I'm sure it was very high.
125.
But doing what he's done over the last 3 days, my word. Now, what is the
6.
possibility here for his win streak? Because he lost on Monday in round 3 by 4 legs to 0. If he wins the remainder of his Group A games,
140.
that is 12 straight. He could then win 4 on Saturday night. That would be 16.
140.
Potentially. That would be 1 short of Darryl's 17-game winning streak record.
Which Pilgrim had to go to a Champions Week to then
6.
achieve. It's never actually been done within the course of a week consecutively. We have had a 16 in the past. That was by Jim McEwen. That was back in Southampton. But again, didn't that straggle a couple of weeks? Or was that 1 week?
It did straddle a couple of weeks.
I remember Connor Scott having a 14 in a row in a week in Southampton. I remember that vividly.
60. Jimmy,
Yeah,
you require
McEwen came in with a 2-win streak
121.
and then won 14 straight. Oh, look at this. Double 16.
105. Steve, you require 116.
He is in full flow here. Steve Reynolds is just trying to play catch-up in this match, and that's a horrible first start for him.
You can see what he could see right there.
40.
That had to be
Jimmy
so
requires
precise.
16.
And so double 8 for Van Schie. 13
Edge on the
darts at
second leg,
2-0.
Jimmy Van Schie.
And Jimmy Van Schie at the minute is at the peak of his powers.
Third leg, it's Jimmy
107.36,
to the
28
first.
darts for the first
Game
two
on.
legs on the board. He's blowing the opposition apart here.
Do you think when Jimmy was at school,
100.
because he was so tall, that if he wasn't very well that day, he'd call up and say, I'm sorry, I can't come in today because I've got altitude sickness?
108.
I bet he was a year 7 that looked like a year 11.
No, he's like Al from The Naked Gun. Everybody else is in shot,
140.
and all he can see from Jimmy is chest downwards. He's the guy that works in the lab.
Oh, hang on a second. Okay, stop hanging on.
140.
Just have a look at this graphic that's coming up on your screen. The averages. Van Schie, 109.5 average. Reynolds, 97.5.
100.
Real good contest. And Van Schie, it's been a few times this week where he's been loitering around this range at this part of a game.
I'm sure Steve has seen performances like this
41.
before. After all, he does hang around with Tony O'Shea,
61.
someone who has been to a weekly final here. Lost out to Chris Mason 2 years ago.
Hope you're well, Tone. I'm sure he's tuning. He does watch a fair bit. Hope you're well, Tony Powell. Reynolds looking at 140
93.
to bring this
Steve, you
game back to
require
2-1.
140.
Not to be. So Van Schie returns to 68 to open up a 3-0 lead.
60.
Gets it in
Jimmy
two. His average will be
requires
107.
68.
That's out the window. But double 12 might not be.
Gage on the third leg.
It's
Jimmy
still
Van Schie.
just under 105. If you're talking
Fourth
about
leg, it's
setting
Steve to the
records,
first. Game on.
it doesn't have to be an overall record. It could just be a personal best. This right now is personal best territory for him, off the back of a 103.33 earlier in Game 6. Actually, 104.1 is Jimmy's personal best in this building.
81.
And he's inching very, very close to bettering it, but it's going to have to be a 14 dart leg or better.
Well, sometimes when a player wins a group, the adrenaline can just naturally course out, and sometimes
190.
there's almost a cool to the final couple of games. But not for Jimmy Van Schie here. Perhaps not a surprise, because I walked past the practice room this morning, and it's fairly obvious that
93.
Jimmy's got control of the music, because it felt like an Astoria nightclub at 3 a.m. at 9 o'clock in the morning.
140.
I think everybody takes hard style, up-tempo, hardcore music with a bit of a pinch of salt these days because
91.
they know that it's very popular. But in times gone by, that kind of music has been used on CIA black sites for torture.
100.
If it ever has been, I'm sure that's somewhat redacted. But based on the fictional books that I've ever read, it has been.
100. Steve, you require
To keep the match
87.
alive. This man can finish.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve Reynolds.
And finished superbly. It's a 14-darter for Steve Reynolds. He forces Jimmy Van Schie to
Fifth
serve
leg,
this
it's Jimmy
game
to the
out.
first.
3-1 to the good.
Game on.
Still averaging in excess of 101 is Jimmy, just under the 102 mark. And now with the darts in his hand to wrap up victory.
100.
That first dart It's usually quite helpful for Steve. It could go in at that angle, as you can see there.
140.
Second finds its way in. Anything low in the bed works for Steve, whereas Jimmy, that has got room to manoeuvre. That had Max written all over it from dart 1.
Looks like he's ready to cross the line.
100.
He really does want to go out with a bang, doesn't he? He's still got one more game to play after this one.
105.
That's against Conan Whitehead. But if he hits that 116, that personal best will be his.
140. Jimmy, you require 116.
Another special performance from Jimmy Van Schie. He's already crossed the finishing line, but he wanted to add a bit more glitz and glamour to his Group A glory, but he misses the big number there.
84.
He gives
Steve, you
that single
require
eight a point.
121.
I think if he hits that 32, if he gets a chance, it won't be a personal best. But he is going to get a look now. They've both missed a big number in the last 2 visits. The man who wears the red rose on his collar very proudly is seething right now at the fact that he can't keep this match alive off his own back.
76.
And he's missed another big number.
Jimmy, you require 32.
This to end it. Double 16 for Jimmy Van Schie.
Game shot.
As
and
good
the match,
as it
Jimmy
has
Van
been
Schie.
for him on this stage. In fact, the best performance we've ever seen from Jimmy Van Schie here at the Super Series. He has broken a personal best, an average of 104.5 in a 4-1 dismantling of Steve Reynolds, who himself averaged 98.35. As good as we've seen from him this week, but it was only good enough for the solitary leg. Van Schie wins by 4 legs to 1. That moves him on to 26 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Darryl Pilgrim can move on to 20 if he can get the better of Adam Lipscomb. And yesterday, both players averaged in excess of a ton in this contest. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's game 12 of our session here at the Live Lounge. Reports of Daryl Pilgrim and Adam Lipscomb going toe-to-toe. All the players this week are fighting for the last chance to play at Champions Week. Daryl Pilgrim wondering whether he's going to be in it. Well, these are the players that are confirmed. Tom Sykes, Darius Labanauskas, Andreas Harrison, Romeo Gerbevach and Scott Taylor. They're confirmed in Group A. Jim Long is having to await his fate in A or B. Kai Gottard, David Davis confirmed in Group B. Andy Hamilton will be in either Group B or C. Paul Hogan is confirmed to play in Group C, whilst Derek Coulson will get into that field as provisional best runner. He'll be guaranteed a spot should Jimmy Van Schie make it through to the final on Saturday evening as well. So those are the groups for Champions Week, which takes place on Monday morning. We kick off at 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. Paul Nicholson alongside me in the commentary box, looking ahead to our 12th game of the afternoon session as Messrs Pilgrim and Lipscomb go toe-to-toe. And if it's anything like the meeting that these two provided yesterday, we could be in for quite the cracker.
Let's hope so. 4 games to go, and we're still pretty hungry for action. But I wonder what Pilgrim is feeling right now. He started the week with a perfect day. Now he's guaranteed to have second position. But only if he wins this game. Because Reynolds is on his tail all of a sudden. He's got 16 points. Pilgrim has got 18. And Jimmy Van Schie, in the last stretch of things in this group, he is so far
First
ahead.
flag, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
It's just amazing how things can change. We were talking this morning about how close it was between Pilgrim and Van Schie. 1 leg in leg difference.
97.
2 points only. Now it's 8 points and 14 in leg difference.
100.
For Daryl, it's about playing himself into form ahead of Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And you may remember his last appearance here
100.
struck a similar tone to this, where he had the opportunity to command a Group A, couldn't do so, didn't qualify out of that Group A, and then couldn't make amends in the Group B either.
55.
You'll be hoping that history here doesn't repeat itself.
140.
And Group B is pretty dicey. But when you have 2 of the best winners that we've ever had
96.
going head to head
Adam,
over
you
the next
require
couple of nights in
164.
West and Pilgrim, if that doesn't get your motor running, I'm not sure what will.
94. Daryl, you require 170.
Pilgrim on the fish. But not for any longer. And so Lipscomb returning for 70 to take a 1-0 lead in this
94.
contest.
Adam, you require 70.
This is different.
Game shot on the first
But it
leg.
worked.
Adam Lipscomb.
Doesn't matter how, as long as you do. And Lipscomb's 1 up.
Well, that is one of those
Second leg,
checkouts
it's
that
Daryl to throw first.
you have to be honest. Have
Game
you
on.
ever seen that before? And if you're saying yes, I think you're telling fibs. I have never
60.
seen anybody take out 70 that way. So you know what they say?
85.
You know when Neil Armstrong went to the moon in 1969? They said that he somewhat colonized the moon because he was the first person to step foot on it.
108.
So if nobody's ever hit that checkout that way, we're going to have to call 70 out on double 5 the Lipscomb.
41.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure it's something that's really going to catch on.
Oh, you never know. Well, people are starting to do things their own way.
41.
Look at Littler. 87 left, he's going 57.30. 81 left, he's going 51.30. And both of them are hitting maximums in this game.
80.
Leg 2, we've already had 3 so far.
Well, these are 2 power scorers. Both players averaged in excess of a ton in this game yesterday. Actually, that was the 41st game in Super Series history where both players had averaged in excess of a ton. We breached the 40 mark last week.
120.
Pilgrim looking to climb the ladder, looking at tops for the Shanghai.
100. Adam, you require
Not Shanghai
58.
enough. Regulation.
Game shot on his second leg. Adam Lipscomb.
And that's how you do it 99.999% of the time.
Third leg. It's Adam.
The other
to
little
throw
bit is
first.
treble
Game on.
18 double 2. But that combination had a massive amount to say about last year's World Championship final, didn't it? Because if Littler hit that double 2, everybody believes the result might have been slightly different.
6.
And it just shows that regardless of the format, whether it's best of 7 legs or first to 7 sets, how one moment can dictate the whole course and destiny of a contest and a match.
6.
Absolutely. Well, Lipscomb's having a very up and down day. He did beat Klein by 4 legs to 3, but he could have easily lost that match.
140.
And now he's starting to toy with one of the most decorated players from the Modus Super Series. Nearly 100 average. He's hit both of his doubles.
136.
Can he leave 116?
125. Darryl, you require 170.
Turns out, yes, he can. But is he going to get a look at the 116? It's the second time that Pilger's had a look at the big fish in this game. And this time he's going to get a poke at the bull.
145.
But he's unable to reel it in.
Adam, you require
It's closer than the last
116.
effort he had. What a dart that is.
76.
When he runs
Darryl, you
hot,
require 25.
he can be scorching. Oh
No
no.
score. Adam, you require 40.
No more words needed.
Game
Adam
shot on
doesn't
the
care.
Third leg. Adam Lipscomb.
3-0 Lipscomb, and he's been given a gift.
Fourth leg,
100.2,
it's Darryl to
45
throw
darts,
first.
the first 3 legs
Game on.
for Baby Boy, who's got a wry smile on his face. He knows he got away with one there. Pilgrim should have been back in this
85.
contest.
What's Adam's favourite food, by the way? Is it ribs? Baby boy ribs.
60.
Do you know what? I've never ever spoken to Adam about food. He comes across to me that he's the
100.
type of bloke. Friday night, round a few mates up, we go for a nice curry, good
45.
evening, good vibes, that kind of thing.
Another 180 in this game. That is now 4. 3 of them to Pilgrim, who is 3-0 down.
46.
This is turning out to be a really weird passage of play for Pilgrim, who was on his second consecutive 100 average and is losing
96.
in this game, and he lost the last one. This game is all about timing. You can have the better average,
55.
but if you don't get the timing right, you will lose.
Tops to bring it back to 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth
No
leg.
issue at all for Darryl Pilgrim. He forces Adam Lipscomb to serve this game out.
Fifth leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game
18
on.
data as well. 102.71 the average for Darryl so far in this
100.
contest.
I think we should interview some of the players next week to find out what their last meal would be if they could choose it. I think it highlights what kind of people
84.
they are. And I want to know Andreas Harrison's more than anything else.
77.
Yours would be lasagna, I know that.
With calamari for starters. You know how it works, Nico.
108.
I'm going to call you Mr. Predictable, but Daryl is Mr. Unpredictable at the minute. Having said that,
140.
surely not again. There's 13 between the averages again. And Pilgrim's on the wrong side of it again.
81.
It could be the second consecutive fixture between these two where a player loses with an average in excess of a ton. It was Lipscomb
Now you
yesterday.
require
And unless Pilgrim could
156.
provide the 156, it could be him today.
$60.
And this 84 checkout is to make sure that Daryl is not glad all over.
Because Lipscomb with that 14 darter seals a 4-1 victory. And for the second day in succession, a player has lost this game with an average in excess of a ton. Yesterday, Daryl Pilgrim won this game with an average of 102.98. Today, he has lost it with an average of 102.45. Adam Lipscomb with a 4-1 win against Mr. P. The final round is about to get underway. Van Schie up against Whitehead. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got 3 games left to go on this Wednesday afternoon. And we kick off with Jimmy Vanschke, top of the table, the winner of Group A. And there's a few records that he could break in this game against Conan Whitehead. If he wins this match 4-0 or 4-1, he'll break the record for least amount of legs dropped in a Group A campaign. Perhaps not a surprise to hear, Luke Littler holds that record with 17. And if he can win this game by a margin of 4-2 or better, he'll break the all-time leg difference record, which currently stands at plus 36, also held by Littler, but also joined
First
alongside
leg, it's
Christian
Jimmy to throw
Kist and
first.
David Evans
Game
on that particular mark. So history potentially in the making for Jimmy Vanschke if he can beat Conan Whitehead and beat Conan Whitehead heavily.
100.
Must be something about tall dart players that means they're good at setting leg difference records. Because David Evans is called Stretch for a reason.
83.
But he's not as stretchy as Jimmy. In fact, if you had them in the same group, it would be weird to see somebody taller than David.
81.
All we need to do now is then add into the mix called Decker.
80.
Not the worst idea. And then you put Mikuru Suzuki in there. And you have the smallest dart player that we can think of.
Well, apparently,
100.
Jimmy Vanschke, prior to Challenge Tours, does spend some time practicing with Justin Hood, and them two do have a bit of a compare and contrast.
Don't they just?
75.
Whitehead only just got through his last game by 4-3 against Klein.
100.
But for the want of a better phrase, this is a taller task. Come tomorrow afternoon, though, you will see a re-fired up Conan Whitehead. I have no doubt about that. Group A has not gone to plan
96.
since Monday lunchtime.
Jimmy, you require 120.
To a certain extent, this has been a write-off for Conan Whitehead. But this of Vanschke
100.
is
Conan,
for
you require
120 to kick the game
167.
off. Whitehead isn't going to provide the goods to the 167.
102.
Vanschke will return for double
Jimmy, you
10 to
require 20.
take out this opening leg. And remember, every leg is of the utmost importance if he's going to break some records here.
15. Conan, you require 65.
Tops for first blood.
Game shot on the first leg, Conan Whitehead.
That means that Vanschke wants that least amount of legs
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
relinquished record. He
Game
needs to
on.
win the next 4. That leg difference record,
140.
that has stood for a while. After a period where lots of people were breaking it. Chris Gilliland had it.
140.
Then it was wrestled by some other players like Kist. And it has been equalised twice.
131.
Actually, at one point, we thought that when Gilliland had it, no one's going to beat that. And then we were very wrong.
140. 100.
Well, Whitehead here, failing a 2-0 lead, and we can evaporate all floating thoughts of any kind of records and just carry on with a darts match.
100. Conan, you require
There's actually something on the
130.
line here for Conan. Trying to bank 4th spot in the table.
93. Jimmy, you require 121.
A win in this match will be good enough to do that.
$38.
Jimmy's got a 2-0 record against Conan from the last couple of days, but it's at risk already.
Game shot on the second leg, Conan
14
Whitehead.
darts. And this is more like the real Conan Whitehead. And actually, this may well be the perfect game for Conan to round
Third
off a
leg,
Group
it's
A
Jimmy to throw
campaign.
first. Game
Because
on.
for want of a better phrase, he's going to be a little bit ticked off right now. And possibly the perfect player to play is the player at the top of the group,
58.
because he'll have a point to prove against the man who has stopped him from progressing through. Or from the man who's got what he wanted at the beginning of the
43.
group.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. And beating Jimmy would stop his 11-game win streak.
60.
And I do believe that's the best win streak he's ever had here. That
98.
tells you everything about the form he's in.
Well, everything as far as Jimmy Van Schie is the best right now. He broke his best average in his previous game. He's in the best form of his life.
125.
He could well have the best end to a year of his life by picking up the biggest title of his life if he could win the Lakeside come next Sunday.
Can you imagine if he was to win that?
81.
What a party that would be.
The party would go on until next year's Lakeside. I want an invite to that party.
39.
He's got to win it first, Henry.
I know. And there's plenty of other good players. I'll be looking to stop him. The likes of
85.
Gary Stone and Neil Duff very high up in the betting.
Great use of the board.
139.
Super smart. Conan's played at Lakeside.
58.
Made a quarter-final there.
Jimmy require 80.
That's some decent games there. Tops for Jimmy, not moving.
60. Conan, you
That was
require
the risk.
136.
So Whitehead 136, a perfect dart 1. But squeezes across the other side into the treble 5 with dart 2.
85.
And so Van
Jimmy,
Schie
you
looking at double
require
10
20.
to get himself on the board.
Game shot on the
Double
third
five's
leg.
good.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Back to 2-1. Conan still has the break, but he has to cash it in here.
Fourth leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Do you have any insight into why Jimmy wears that certain shade of blue? Sometimes it's to do with heritage, isn't it?
85.
Or a football club, maybe. Because if you look at Danny Noppert, for instance, he always has the colours of Friesland on his sleeve. Gary Anderson has tartan on his sleeve, of course.
96.
And what a lot of people don't know is that the tartan on John Henderson's shirt is the same tartan that he wore at his wedding.
135.
Well, it's absolutely no relation to his hometown football team. He's born and raised in Breda. Their football team, NAC Breda, play in all yellow. They actually
85.
played Manchester City in the Champions League back in 2016.
I don't think Man City fans want to know about the Champions League today.
43.
Against Dutch clubs.
Yeah. But Breda, beautiful town. Went there years ago. Really, really pretty.
140.
Then again, if you think about the towns that you haven't heard much of from places like Germany
98.
and the Netherlands, they've got incredible architecture. And a great culture as well. There's a culture of
81.
still going
Conan, you
out and
require
socialising.
140.
Well, how good is that dart?
100.
It's about as good as that one.
Jimmy require 99.
That's a world-class ton.
However, Van Schie slipped with the last dart. And so it's a free darter from here. Was looking at tops, starts to get close to the first.
39.
And so
Conan, you
Whitehead
require
looking
40.
at that particular target to open up a 3-1
Game's on the
advantage.
fourth leg.
And he
Conan
makes no
Whitehead.
mistake. It's to be Jimmy's first defeat since the middle of Monday if Whitehead
Fifth
can
leg. It's
convert
Jimmy
from
to
this
throw
position.
first. Game on.
So it is now confirmed. He can't set that leg difference record.
59.
He can equal it with a win. And he can join Luke Littler, Christian Kiss and David Evans on plus 36.
81.
And he can still join the 28 points club.
Yes. And that is a very illustrious club, may I tell you. It is the type of thing that you
100.
get an exclusive ticket to. And I can tell you that joining Van Schie in that club, if he's to win this game, Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman, David Evans, Shane
45.
McGurk, Scott Mitchell and Wesley Plaisir, the latest inductee to that club. However,
44.
of those players, none of them have then ever gone on to convert the weekly win.
That's true.
94.
So maybe getting 28 points is a bit of a curse. So at which point do we start saying that they are members of the curse club?
58.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm going back through my records again here in terms of perfect records in other groups.
60.
I think in history, the only players to have converted a record point total in a group to then go on and win their week,
Bo Greaves?
and Lee Evans. And that's because Bo Greaves didn't lose a
55.
game the whole week long.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, that Saturday night is a very different thing.
43.
Is Whitehead running out of steam here in his 5th game of the day? Jimmy can put everything he's got into this game because he knows he's got the next 2 days off. Whereas the turnaround
43.
for Conan is going to be around 22 hours. He'll probably get to the
58.
building around 11 o'clock
Jimmy require 142.
come tomorrow morning. 2 hours of preparation ahead of his first game. Brilliant.
102.
But this is
Going
match
you
point
require
Whitehead.
120.
For someone to finally depose of Van Schie, and he's going to have a look possibly here at Bull Bull.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it now. You know you want to. Stop procrastinating, Conan, and go for 2 bulls.
Nah, maybe should have found a route towards the treble.
64.
Anyway, Van
Jimmy
Schie tops a
require
3-2.
40.
It's probably a good thing that he didn't hit those because that is the sternest I've ever been to Conan.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
Back to 3-2. However, Conan does have the darts to win it here.
6th leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
That is the dart he wants every time.
140.
And he'll walk away from that visit thinking it could have been more. Should have been more.
$47.
Yeah, the whole colour association thing, I find that more interesting these days because people don't buy their dart shirts off a rack anymore.
121.
They have them tailored. They have them done for them. So you have choice. You obviously didn't need that flight.
100.
The only thing I know that's very similar in Jimmy's life that's blue is the colour of his car.
And the colour of the sky that he's kissing every morning when he wakes
Nice.
up. All right. What's the advance on 2 bulls? How about 3? I'm not going to tell him to do it. It's entirely up to him.
95. Conan, you require 150.
Pragmatism from Conan Whitehead.
78.
Yeah, he wants to win. He knows that if he gets it, he is guaranteed to have 4th position in the table, which does come with a slightly better financial reward than 5th.
133. Conan, you require 72.
For the match, double 18.
36.
2 match starts come and gone.
Jimmy, you require
And
126.
it would be so in Jimmy Van Schie's playbook if he found a 1-2-6 here. Another bull to save it. but not
91.
found. And so Whitehead
Only you require 36.
for the win, and to finally see somebody beat Jimmy Van Schie in this Group
And the
A.
match.
Whitehead ends with a win for Jimmy Van Schie. He's done the job he needed to do. He won Group A, he won at a canter. He picked up 26 points. He dropped just 2 games to win that Group A. And that is always going to be a formula for success. Darrell Pilgrim and Hilton Klein comes next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Conor Whitehead got the better of Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 2. Our penultimate game sees Darrell Pilgrim and Hilton Klein go toe-to-toe. Their final meeting of Group A, and these two will be treading very different paths when it comes to Thursday and Friday's action. Pilgrim will be pitched in Group B, whilst Hilton will be in Group C, and he's looking for his first win of the group, and he has been getting close. He's had match starts his last 2 games, and his 3rd time the charm.
But he's up against Pilgrim, who is finishing
First leg.
in second position in the group.
First. Game on.
He may only be 2 points ahead of Steve Reynolds, but he's got 16 legs on him in the secondary column.
96.
What you've got to do in this position, if you're Darrell, is put out a game that you're proud of to remember before you play in Group B.
83.
Go out from this group with a bang and remind everybody who you're going to play the next 2 days that no matter what happens, there's something in there that he can rely on.
134.
Because you look at that Group B and you sense that there's going to be no fear factor from any of the players. Steve West doesn't fear anybody. Ted Everts is in the type of form where he'd fancy himself against anyone.
58.
And I think Rhiannon O'Sullivan's going to play that Group B with such an air of free roll about it.
And what pressure's she under?
None, I don't think. The bookies have completely dismissed her, which I think is a dangerous
58.
ploy. And she's a player that on her day can mix it.
Nobody backed her when she won the Women's Week.
58.
She ended up being the last person standing. It wasn't Greaves, it wasn't Sherrick, it wasn't anybody else. It was O'Sullivan.
And remember, she stuttered in Group A and had to come through Group C, so she's
43.
got resilience about her as well. I think Rhiannon could be a dangerous customer. I'm not saying there's any guarantees as far as her performance on Thursday and Friday, but rule her
92.
out, rule her off at your
Darryl, you
peril.
require 170. $90.
That's tidy. If he keeps things tidy enough for himself, the amount of levels that Darryl
81.
has should be
Darryl,
too
you
much for
require
Hilton.
80.
Tops over the hurdle.
60.
Well, he clears it,
Hilton, you require 129.
but he's just short of the requisite mark. As is Klein on the 60.
57. Darryl, you require 20.
So 2/10 of Pilgrim to take a 1-0 lead.
Gate
in it
shot
goes.
The first leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
For Darryl, it's just about finishing on as much of a
Second
high
leg,
as
it's
he
Hilton to throw first.
possibly can from this
Game on.
Group A. There were glimpses of really good stuff from him, particularly in the first half of the campaign.
97.
I think there's enough from this week in terms of performance, which has been evident enough from Darryl to suggest that he should feel good about himself going into Group B.
108.
Well, that's what this game's all about. It's about finishing on the right footing.
$121.
We know the levels that Darryl's got. But you have to say to yourself in the mirror in the morning, look, come the end of
80.
Tuesday and Wednesday, I didn't do enough to win this group by some distance. So now that Jimmy's out the way, I have to impose myself on other
80.
people. And think about some of the levels that he has attained over the last couple of days. It just so happens that he is a ninja at having high averages and losing.
99.
It's been going on for years. We had that strange situation on the Pro Tour where he played one game, averaged over 99, and he was top of the averages for the rest of the year. But now, he's taken it to the next level.
Darryl, you require 142.
He's averaged over 100 twice in his last two games and lost them both.
I'm pretty sure that one of the boxing podcasts actually presented Darryl Pilgrim with a mug.
79.
They
Hilton,
did.
you require 66.
That was a very them thing to do. How good is that bullseye, by the way? Oh,
Gate shot on
yeah.
the second leg,
15 data
Hilton
from
Klein.
Klein.
Level we are, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the name Klein has something to do with
85.
small. Because in German, small is kleiner.
100. $83.
Indeed. He's 100% correct.
Yep, because there are
41.
similarities between Dutch language and Afrikaans and German.
$96.
Actually, my first name is something to do with small as well. That's what Paul means, apparently.
60.
I've already made my one pilgrim reference for the week because it's Thanksgiving tomorrow.
98.
And happy Thanksgiving to everybody in the North America who's going to be celebrating that. And that's going to be one of the best sporting
Now
days
you require 139.
the US can offer. Thanksgiving Day football.
Amazon are doing a Black Friday game.
59.
So basically, you go on Amazon, watch the game, and they give you deals throughout the game. You scan a QR code.
That's clever.
140. Now you require 80.
He's had one poke at an 80 checkout. This time he gets the 60 for it, though.
$70.
Klein could take the lead
You
again
require 100.
for the third consecutive game. Still got a chance. Chance is gone.
I think the hope and belief has now turned into a bit
20.
more nerves
Now
and
you require
Shredsville
10.
for Hilton Klein. Pilgrim looking at double five for 2-1 lead.
Game
And
shot
2-1
on the
it
third
is
leg.
to
Darrell Pilgrim.
Mr. P. At least I now know what my nickname would be in German. Kleiner Hander.
Fourth flag. It's Hilton to throw first.
I didn't realise
Game
Kleiner
on.
meant Barbie. If anybody doesn't know this, by the way, because Connor Scott is not coming back here now that he's got a tour card,
100.
he gave our esteemed presenter here the nickname of Barbie Hands. Because Henry has small hands.
140.
At least we know what you're getting in the Secret Santa. His name is Ken.
45.
I was hoping it was going to be some little mittens because that might actually do me a favour. Anyway, Pilgrim 2-1 up in this contest.
Yeah, and mittens you don't need when you're throwing darts.
85.
However, there used to be, I don't know if he's still playing, there used to be a county player for Cheshire. Very good player, by the way. He used to play with
40.
fingerless gloves on because he had a problem with his circulation, I believe, and the fingerless gloves helped him stay warm.
Didn't Wesley Harms do something similar?
He used to always turn up in
134.
fingerless gloves, but then take them off before he played.
$81. Darrell, you require 142.
Pilgrim looking to really stretch his lead in this contest. Looking at the 1-4-2. But unable to get.
After that first start, he's thinking, I'm going to take this out.
110.
He may still win the leg. He's done very well there. This time Darrell's got the better average and he's got the spot to take the lead.
8-8 for 14
Game's on the
darter
fourth
and a
leg.
3-1
Darrell
lead to Darrell Pilgrim. He has the darts for the match. He has the darts to seal success against that man in your
Fifth leg.
picture,
It's Darrell to throw
Botswana's Hilton
first.
Klein,
Game on.
who in his 15th game of Group A is now looking at a 15th defeat.
57. $60.
It'll be interesting to get an interview with Darrell before the end of the week.
125.
To see what his plans are. Moving forward, what his ambitions are. It may be fairly transparent. Go to Q School, get a tour card, go onto that
58.
circuit full time. I do wonder what he's got to do to get there. Because Q School over the last couple of years, it's not been that cooperative for him.
58.
But we have seen in the past players take a few attempts to crack that particular Q School code. And maybe that was one of those
100.
maybe a year, and we mentioned this a bit yesterday, maybe a year where there's not a lot of expectation on his shoulders, because last year, everybody in every single prediction said that Darryl Pilgrim wouldn't just get a card, he'd breeze through Q School. Didn't quite happen, but this year, maybe because of what other players have done in other arenas, he's been able just to kind of do his own thing to a certain extent.
92. Darryl, you require 100.
He's been doing his own thing in this game. It's a typical Pilgrim performance. Average over 90. Doubles are just under 40%. The kind of formula that gets you a
53.
lot of success in this building. But that level this week, not good enough to win Group A.
89.
It's going to have to be
Darryl,
B
you
for
require
Pilgrim.
68.
But he can at least round off his Group A campaign with a win. One dart in his hand, and his favourite double 18
32.
for the
Hilton, you
match
require
has come and gone.
102.
He's had some plus checkouts in his last two matches. But he might not get
70.
another opportunity at a
Darryl, you
double in
require
this one.
36.
Because Pilgrim looks at double 18 and now double 9 to round
shot
off his
and the
Group A
match,
campaign
Darryl
with a
Pilgrim.
win. For Hilton Klein of Botswana, 15 games played, 15 defeats. He will regroup in Group C. As for Pilgrim, he'll be playing the night sessions. He had loftier expectations of winning the group, but that came to an end midway through the session. He ends with a win 4-1. Reynolds Lipscomb next. So then to the final game of Group A. It's Adam Lipscomb against Steve Reynolds. It is game 45 of 45 of this group. For these two, they're going to be treading paths in different directions. Lipscomb will be playing in Group C in the afternoon on Thursday and Friday, while Steve Reynolds will be playing in the Group B in the evening slot on Thursday and Friday. So, these two treading different paths. These two looking to round off their Group A campaign and both looking to do so with a win. But on the evidence of play, who looks the more likely to do so, Paul Nicholson?
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Lipscomb has 3 wins today. Reynolds has got 2. But Reynolds has beaten Lipscomb twice over the last 2 days, so this is a coin flip. That's how I see it.
60.
Adam seems to be putting something together towards the middle portion to the end of the day. He's played
45.
really, really well. Especially getting his first win of the week against Pilgrim. Defying a 102.5 average from the man from South Croydon.
121.
Which means that for Darryl, it'll be another couple of days in Portsmouth.
78.
The plan was to head for home should he have won Group A.
This astonishing run that Reynolds is on as well.
26.
If he beats Lipscomb again, all of his points will have come from undefeated streaks
60.
against Lipscomb, Whitehead and Klein. All of the games he would have lost would have been against Pilgrim and Van Schie. And that is something that can't continue because Jimmy's not going to be here for 2 days.
140.
Well, it was something. There was a similar situation last week with Johnny Haynes, where the only points he was
60.
picking up was against
Steve, you require
the players below him.
154.
However, the issue was he was in position 4. So it seems to be a weird trend where players are kind of getting the better of players around their level, but they're not able to maybe make headway with those above them,
122.
shall we say.
Let's put it this way. It's been good enough to get into Group B.
60.
And that's got to be
Steve, you
classed as
require
success on
32.
debut. Double 16, and plenty of time
Game shot
to
of first
take out
leg,
the
Steve
opening
Reynolds.
leg.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
You don't have to be a genius to know who the player of the day is. That is Jimmy Van Schie with 8
85.
points. Like difference of +9 for the day. Closely followed by Whitehead on 6 points. But he could be overtaken,
108.
but only by Lipscomb.
140.
Hang about. Where have we heard those words before?
140.
That's right, when we got the Lishman 9-darter. The last one we got was from Adam Mould, which was the last leg of an entire day. If I remember rightly, I think it was the last leg of the entire group.
Second time that's happened, Spencer Bielewski did similar at
65.
Champions
Adam, you
Week in
require
Series
96.
5 against Anton Ersland. Let's go look for an 11 darter.
60.
Reynolds now looking for a
Steve, you
2-0
require
lead if he can
116.
pop the 116.
$84. Adam, you
Well, let's
require
go
36.
looking at double AT to square this match up.
18.
Doesn't go.
Steve, you require 32.
And you know how good Reynolds is at finishing.
Game
that
shot on
good.
the second leg, Steve Reynolds.
Trying to make Stockport even more famous this week.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
It has
first.
been famous for their
Game on.
famous Stockport County Football Club. Tony O'Shea, Darryl Fitton, Nathan Aspinall. But if you cast your mind back,
100.
it used to be the epicentre of millinery, which is hat making.
45.
If you look at old pictures from over 100 years ago and back, everybody had a hat. 6 million hats to places around the world. That's what Stockport used to do. It was the
100.
place to have hats made. But curiously, in darts, you're actually forbidden from wearing a hat
90.
when playing, apart from religious reasons.
In ranking tournaments, there was an interesting situation at the Isle of Man a couple of years ago. The players will not be
43.
named, where a player turned up in a baseball cap to play in the doubles tournament, and another player took exception to it. But because it was
100.
non-ranking, then it was absolutely fine.
That's perfectly within the rules. I've seen American guys playing their stuff, soft tip and steel tip. As long as it's not
60.
a ranking tournament, they're perfectly okay to wear them backwards or forwards.
I actually just had a communication in my ear that Mickey Mansell wore a hat
96.
at the UK Open in 2018.
He did. I was in the room. And he was fined for it, even though the room was -1 Celsius. There is such a thing as discretion, and that fine, for me, is one of the most abhorrent I've ever seen.
170.
Another. Left the ball, but Reynolds is back for 3-0. And it's to keep up this ridiculous record
110. Stevie
against
requires
players below him in
24.
the table.
Just when you think he can't find that from there, he goes and finds it.
On a third leg, Steve Reynolds.
It's almost as if the harder the target, the easier the find for Steve Reynolds when it comes to his doubling.
Fourth leg.
I can hear
it's
it now.
Adam
You know
to
that
throw
famous
first.
deep voice
Game on.
that you get at the movies when you're watching a trailer? Steve Reynolds in Hard Target.
140.
It's like a Van Damme movie. He's got the look of someone who could be a
41.
baddie in a Van Damme movie. I could get behind that.
Actually got to the bottom of the Adam Mould food story.
140.
So we've had a communication with somebody that knows Adam fairly well. And apparently his favourite meal is a Chinese.
58. $60.
I know what I'm getting Adam for his Christmas present then. I'm going to get him a blue T-shirt. And on the front it
Adam, you
says
require 160.
Chinese Adam. If you don't watch Gavin and Stacey, you won't get that reference.
89.
What's your choice for food if you're able to go to any kind of restaurant?
55. Adam, you require 72.
Just an abundance of sushi.
This could be the gravy for Adam
52.
Lipscomb, but he's unable to find tops.
$100. Adam, you require 20.
We've only had 1-4-0 all day. We might be about to get our
No
second.
score. Steve, you require
And Reynolds inflicted
107.
the other one. That leaves 86.
Does it go? But Lipscomb has missed a lot of darts at a
50.
double today, and he's missed
Adam, you
8 in
require
this
20.
particular contest. He's not going to miss a
Edge on
ninth.
the fourth leg. Adam
Back to 3-1. Reynolds has the darts to see this game out.
fifth leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It's amazing how many people, when they're on tour, talk about food because it's really important. not just because humans need to eat.
43.
It's about having a little bit of levity once the pressure is off, spending it with the right people, going to nice places, but also for functionality, to have the right energy for the next day and the day after that, especially in a week like this, where you're going to need the right energy levels. There's one thing I learned very, very quickly when I started playing county for Northumberland, is if you didn't like Indian food or Chinese food, you'd go hungry.
100.
Because the guys and girls didn't want to go anywhere else.
It's a bit like between sessions. If you don't like eating Italian, don't come for a meal with me.
96.
I'm not saying anything.
Which is why he never comes for a meal with me.
That's such a fib.
140.
Yeah, that might have been a bit of a fabrication of the truth. Anyway, Lipscomb is fighting a comeback cause here. He was 3-0 down and is 121 points away from making it 3-2. And Reynolds
135.
not able to make the sufficient inroads. Couple of trebles, still doesn't leave him a finish.
I think he's done really well there. Adam is stumbling, and Reynolds is not far behind.
72.
But that dart could make all the difference in the fifth leg. Should switch.
60.
Turns out he gets 320s.
49.
For 3-2. He's got 2 in his hand, a double 16. And it goes. Break back, and suddenly we return to throw at 3-2.
What we can say now
It's Adam to throw
is that
first.
Adam is
on.
looking to play every day this week in here. Every day.
140.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in Group A. Thursday and Friday in Group C. Hopefully Saturday night in front of a lot of fans.
100.
And then Sunday, we've got our influencer event where Adam will be looking to get his hands on another Pearce trophy with George
58.
Scaife.
Your impression of Craig David is awful.
It wasn't intentional.
100.
Maxi for Reynolds. He's looking to finish this game off once and for all.
57.
It's looking pretty likely. He's finishing once again 3 from 5. But he hasn't had a dart at double in a little while. Consequently, Adam's had 11 darts at double.
81.
So then,
56.
6
Steve
darts
Maguire,
for Steve Reynolds from
140.
140 to see off Adam Lipscomb and to keep up a 100% record against the players in Group C. He's going to leave himself tops
100.
after 12 to get the job done.
If there's one person who's going to be sad to see the back of Lipscomb, of Klein, and
40.
Whitehead the next
Stevie
couple of days,
Maguire,
it's
40.
going to be this guy.
However, it will also be for 6 points every single day if you put the
Headshot
coin in
and the
that
match,
direction.
Steve Reynolds.
Steve Reynolds has got the better of Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 2, and in his debut week has finished Group A on 18 points. Now, in most weeks, that would be teetering yourself close towards winning it, but not this week. Reynolds 4, Lipscomb 2. That's the end of Group A. Analysis with myself, Paul Nicholson, and the Group A winner, Jimmy Van Schie, to come on the other side of this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Wednesday's action has come to a close. And for Jimmy Van Schie, another day of success. He has won Group A for Darrell Pilgrim in second position. This is how he's done so then in terms of the league table. He did so by picking up 26 points from a possible 30. Darrell Pilgrim finishing on 20. And Steve Reynolds on his debut is going to be in Group B. He won 18 points, 9 games, and all 9 of them wins coming against the players below him in the league table. But it was Group A, which was all about Jimmy Van Schie, and he joins us in the studio now. Jimmy, many congratulations. It felt like from the second you took the lead in Group A, there was absolutely no stopping you.
Yeah, I felt really good actually this day, and I think I performed really good as well. Only the last game, I was empty. I couldn't get it anymore. But the other games were good. I'm very happy with how I've played today.
Was that the biggest thing over the course of this group? Control, because there was a lot of times you were putting in very high numbers, but they felt very academic. They felt as if it was just another normal game for yourself.
I think when the first dart went well, the second dart followed, and it felt good every time I released the dart. So yeah.
You set a personal best today, best average you've ever had here in Portsmouth, but it does give us the feeling that there is still another level that you've got in there.
If you look to the games that I'm playing, I think halfway through I'm averaging like 120, 115, 118, and I think if I know I can keep this going, but yeah, maybe for Saturday then.
It was interesting that in commentary, Paul was talking about how this could be preparation for Lakeside, playing loads of short spurts. I know this is best of 7 at Lakeside and sets you play best of 5. How important could actually the way that this tournament runs actually help you in other tournaments ahead towards the end of the year?
I said it before. I like to play as much as possible. I want to get the rhythm going. I want to keep playing as much as possible, and then that keeps me fired up for the next tournaments.
How many countries have you played in this year? Because you've won in 7 different countries. Which, I mean, some people don't win in 7 countries in their entire career.
I don't know how many, but a lot. I haven't been home a lot this year, but I love to play darts and I love to go to every country, see a lot of the nature there, and so yeah.
And you've won on the Challenge Tour this year. You've won WDF events. Winning here as well, that would be a really nice way to cap off what has been a really great year for you in Portsmouth. Yes,
100%. That will be the best preparation also for Lakeside. And another win here would mean the world to me, yeah.
Just go back to today. This was you getting the better of Darrell, and this was the moment where it was all confirmed. Did it feel like going into today that perhaps it's all on the line in this match against Darrell?
I think if you look to the first day, I lost 1 and he obviously won all his games. And then the second day, I won all of my games and he lost 2, I think. Yeah, he lost 2. And then I thought, I just need to keep winning my games. And if I don't, I have to beat Darrell. And so I did that. And he lost 1 game before, so that put a little bit of pressure off me. But I still know that I had to win all my games. Or I could lose 1, but yeah.
What was the mood in the practice room this week? Because it feels like every time you come here, everybody gets a lift because you're such a kind and jovial individual. But having Hilton Klein in there this week, first player from Botswana, what was it like having him there and the other guys?
Oh, fantastic. The banter with all of the guys was perfect, like always. And we are just a fun group of people there, really, yeah.
I can actually categorize this because I walked past the practice room this morning and what I could hear in the practice room. I'm going to assume that you took charge of the music because it sounded very techno, very nightclubby.
I did the music. I was a DJ there. Yeah, that's true. It was like a mix of dance music and stuff. But I think they liked it because they leave it on. So yeah.
Or they didn't want to argue with you. You also broke a record today in terms of your best personal average here at the Super Series. When you were playing that game, did you just feel so in control, just so in the elements with it all?
I was just in one focus, just went in. I was not even thinking about the averages because I just feel like in a flow and just finish the game off and then we'll see what averages on the end.
I think Jimmy's right in what he's saying because when you set personal bests, it's usually when you haven't got a clue how you're playing. Adam yesterday hitting 115 plus. If you were to ask him right now, how did you feel in those moments? He won't have a clue. He'll just be so laser focused And that's what happens. And there's still another level to find for Jimmy, that's for sure.
Well, Jimmy, we'll have another chat with you again in just a second. Myself and Paul are going to round up everything else that we have seen today. And just a few words on Daryl Pilgrim. He pushed Jimmy pretty much to the line. How do you think he will reflect on things as a whole?
I think the first day he was the best player in the room. I think after that, though, Jimmy took that title away from him by beating him. And then ultimately, I still think that game that Daryl had with Conan yesterday was the biggest game that swung the momentum, because Jimmy didn't lose the lead after that. But maybe it's a good thing for Daryl to have darts the next couple of days against some other players so he can re-establish a little bit of dominance, because there were a couple of frailties over the last couple of days and he can repair that.
And for Steve Reynolds, it's such an intriguing record that he's picked up 18 points in this group, but all 18 points were against the 3 players that finished below him in the group.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because now he can't play those people because they're all going to a different group. So all of the people he's got good memories against, they're gone, and he's now got to establish victories against somebody else. And Group B is going to be difficult. He hasn't beaten Pilgrim this week. He'll have to try and do that tomorrow night and on Friday. But when you're bringing in players like Steve West, who are the best players we've ever had here, it doesn't get any easier.
Well, let's have a look at the players that are coming in towards the latter end of the week. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Jimmy Van Schie in his own little winners club in Group A there. Group B sees Steve West, Ted Evans and Rhian O'Sullivan enter the fray alongside Daryl Pilgrim and Steve Reynolds. Whilst in Group C, we're going to watch Jared Cole, Richie Howson and John McCarthy alongside Conan Whitehead, Adam Lipscomb and Hilton Klein. Let's begin with that Group B, because that just looks stacked with names. It feels like a big player's going home. Yeah,
I think there's a story with West, obviously. He's looking for another weekly title. If he was to get it, it would be number 6, and nobody's done that. Rhian's coming back, and she's got her invite from winning the Women's Week earlier in 2024. But Everett's constantly getting better. First time he came here, wasn't particularly happy with not making Saturday, but is constantly improving. And he would love to finish the year by doing something that he's never done. So it's a very unusual and unpredictable group, but for a good reason.
And then in Group C, you look at a lot of the players in the field, Conan, they only form a winner in there. And there's a lot of players in there that have had a lot of near misses in the past. There's players knocking on the door, but haven't quite crossed that finishing line yet.
Yeah, Jared's one of those. I'm sure he would like to put a few wrongs right this week. Richie Howson's been to a couple of weekly finals, but not crossed the line. But as far as this group that we've seen over the last 3 days, Whitehead, his passion will be back at 1:01 tomorrow afternoon, because he will not like the fact that he's in Group C, but he knows that he can still succeed from that point.
But for you, Jimmy, a couple of days off. What on earth does Jimmy Van Schie do in Portsmouth with a couple of spare days?
Well, I tried to take some rest, I think. I arrived in Prague on Friday, and only play darts. So now I'm just relaxed, watch a movie or something. Tonight I'm gonna watch a Portsmouth football game. So just try to relax, have some nice food, and that's it.
Do you know anything about Millwall, the team that Portsmouth are playing?
Yeah.
Tread carefully, because one of the people who runs this place is actually a Millwall supporter.
Oh God. Well, I will try to enjoy the game, and I've never been to a game here, so yeah.
I can guarantee you one thing, the atmosphere tonight is going to be absolutely rocking. Just be careful.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
But talking about good atmospheres, it's what you always provide here on a Saturday night. And I hear that you're the Van Schie fan club, whatever you want to call them, they are here in force, aren't they, on Saturday?
Yes, they will be very happy that I won the group, I think. So, yeah, I'll be looking forward to Saturday as well.
How many?
I think 23 on this moment. Maybe more.
Just the 23 now. It's going to be rounding on Saturday.
Yeah, I think it is. That's over 25% of the room. But every time that Jimmy's been here on a Saturday night, the 2 weekly wins, the night where he was in the final with Marvin, it was loud in here. They are memorable evenings. I'm really pleased that he's in Saturday, because we know what it's going to be like.
Well, Jimmy, many congratulations. Enjoy your couple of days off. Nico, thank you for your company. Thank you for your company at home as well. We're back for 2 double sessions on Thursday and Friday, 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock respectively. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, it's Jimmy Van Schie who's the big winner. We'll see you tomorrow.